All right, we will be live in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
Good morning. Today is Wednesday, May 5th, and this is the time and place for the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Control Board meeting for the month of May. I'd like to welcome our new member, Brittany Watkins. She's just joined us. Welcome, Member Watkins. First meeting. Madam Secretary, has our agenda been posted in accordance with the open meeting law?
Yes, it has.
Okay, thank you. Today we'll be covering non-restricted items and one restricted item. Madam Secretary, let's proceed with public comment, please.
This item is placed on the agenda to give the public an opportunity to comment on gaming related matters. We did not receive any public comments via our public comments email. Okay,
thank you. Madam Secretary, our next agenda item is the approval of the prior month's disposition. Has each of you had the opportunity to read the disposition? Member Watkins, you're brand new, and so I assume that you will recuse on this item.
Yes, I will.
Okay, please, Madam Secretary.
Pursuant to NRS 241.035, this item is the consideration of the approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition for April of 2021.
Okay. What would Member Katsaros, would you please make a motion?
Certainly. Good morning. Chair Gibson, I move to recommend, I move for approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board disposition items for the month of April 2021.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. The next item on our agenda is we're going to go to non-restricted item number 8, taken out of order. Would you please read this item into the record?
Yes, non-restricted number 8 are the applications of Matthew Richard Wilson for a finding of suitability as an officer of Scientific Games Corporation and for licensure as an officer and director of SG Gaming, Inc.
Okay, let's let them queue in. Mr. Araj.
Yes, Mr. Chairman.
Welcome.
Members of the board, David Araj from the firm Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck on behalf of the applicant, Mr. Matt Wilson, who I believe is here. I'm not sure he's.
There he is. Welcome, Mr. Wilson.
Hi, how you doing? Good morning.
Mr. Chairman, I wanted to say before we start that we are very, very grateful that you agreed to take us out of order because of Mr. Wilson's situation today. So thank you very much.
You're welcome. Is there an affirmative presentation that you have, Mr. Raj?
No.
Okay. All right. So Mr. Wilson, welcome. So tell us a little bit about yourself, what we're looking at here for the benefit of Ms. Watkins. Take us through the applications that you're seeking, which are on the agenda for.
Yeah, so I joined Scientific Games in March of 2020 as the CEO of the gaming division. Before that, I had worked in the gaming industry my entire career. I started with Aristocrat Technologies in Australia in 2003 and held a number of different roles with Aristocrat up until 2019. June of 2019, I was the president of that organization. And I was recruited over to join Scientific Games to lead their gaming.
Okay, wonderful. So you're on the agenda today for finding suitability as an officer with Scientific Games, as you noted, and application for licensure as an officer director, right? Correct. So let me pull it back and ask my colleagues if they have any questions. Member Katsaros?
Yeah, good morning. Sorry, I just had to unmute. Good morning, everyone. Mr. Wilson, how are you?
I'm doing well, thank you. Yeah, thanks for having me.
So it seems I just missed you last time around because you were approved by the commission, according to my notes, in April 2019. I had started right around the 20th of that month, so I'd have missed you by a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
And of course, as you mentioned, that was for ATI at the time. As far as your background's concerned, I don't have questions really. I was really interested though to meet you and then discuss sort of current happenings and what's going on in your world with Scientific Games and your current role. So if you would please elaborate on that right now.
Yeah, I joined at a very interesting time, March of 2020, right in the middle of a pandemic. I think it was 2 weeks before Illinois shut down, and then a number of different gaming markets, pretty much all the gaming markets around the world. So interesting time to join a new organization as a first-time CEO. We spent the pandemic working really hard defining the strategy about how we would take the organization forward. We've managed to recruit a number of key talent from the industry, from inside the industry. And so, I think the industry's getting back on its feet now. I think our casino operators around the globe are starting to see some momentum in their organizations. And I say all the time that we exist because casinos exist. We're a supplier to the casino industry. And so, as our operator partners, get back on their feet, it serves us well as an organization.
So in your role, are you, it's noted as the gaming group, does that include terrestrial as well as online, as well as social?
Yeah, so we have 4 divisions within the organization. SciPlay is our social casino. It's a separate listing, but a connected organization to the main SciGames parent family company. We have a lottery division, which sells instant tickets and lottery solutions to governments around the world. We have a land-based casino business, which I am the head of, and then we have a digital division which covers our sports and iCasino products. So I cover the land-based casino division within Scientific Games.
Okay, so you don't have, and I forgot about the separate company on the SciPlay side of things.
Right. Yep.
So thank you for that. So your focus is all on brick and mortar.
That's right. Yeah.
Global
Yeah,
as well, correct?
Yeah, that's right.
In your prior role with ATI, did you also have a global view on brick and mortar, or was it as well as beyond that for online gaming or anything in that space? Although I
covered the Americas division for the land-based gaming, which was about 70% of their global revenue. So it was a big organization, but didn't cover the international piece, and I didn't cover iCasino.
Okay. But you did you in your prior life have some role as well over in Asia Pac?
I did, yeah. Yeah, I worked for 4 years in Australia, 5 years in Asia Pacific running the sales division, and then moved to the US in 2012 in a variety of roles up until the point I was president of the Americas.
Okay. And so are you starting to see that your brick and mortar partners are starting to loosen the reins on their capital spend now? How are things there?
Yeah, I don't think it's converted all the way to capital spend on slot machines. I think they're looking for sequential months of operating momentum before they start to make large investments. But there's green shoots, definitely. I think as players are returning to casinos, they're looking for new product, and so we're starting those conversations with casino operators. But our view is the supplier market gets back to kind of 2019 levels sometime in late next year.
Okay,
so kind of gradual recovery. Yeah.
Okay, all right, thank you. You led right into one of the questions there, because I was wondering when we get back to some sort of normalized levels in your view, at least from your company's perspective.
Yeah, I think what 2020 told us is it's very hard to trust your forecast. So I don't have a crystal ball, but that's my best estimate. Pandemic depending. We don't want to see a third or fourth wave here, but I see there's momentum on the supply side for sure.
Are you seeing a higher sort of propensity from the brick and mortars to want to go more lease versus purchase, given this environment and given capital constraints, perhaps?
Yeah, the lease market came back very quickly, actually, but the capital cycle's a lot slower. When they're putting out lots of capital that is going to be an investment over multi-years, I think it takes a bit more courage for operators to lean forward and make that kind of investment. So the leasing market came back relatively quickly.
Okay. And then on the system side of the business, are you up to speed with that? I think that would probably be something a little bit different than what you're used to, given the number of solutions SciGames has versus what you may have seen in your prior life.
Yeah, I mean, ATI, we have a decent sized systems business, but here it's a real key fundamental pillar of our go forward strategy. I think we're 50% of the global systems connections in the gaming business. So it's a huge part of the business, and one that we think is increasingly important, particularly as some states see an omni-channel approach emerging. Michigan being one of those. Looking at how do you manage players across multiple channels, iCasino, sports betting, land-based. So we're well positioned to take advantage of that.
So is it safe to say that there's a continued focus then on the system side as well, still from SciGames' point of view?
Absolutely, yeah. It's a key fundamental pillar. I think it becomes more important for our organisation as the industry transforms to an omni-channel approach.
Have you started to deploy new systems or new types of solutions as a result of the pandemic? For instance, I mean, there's a renewed focus and a buzz, of course, around cashless and other types of solutions that may be able to be leveraged. Have you guys started to deploy and develop upon some of these types of asks from the industry?
Yeah, we have. Cashless was really an intriguing thing. We have IP dating back to 2006 around cashless gaming, but we had really no momentum with that solution until the pandemic hit, and we got an enormous amount of inbound traffic from operators asking us about cashless solutions. What did we have available, and what was our roadmap? So it was kind of 16 years in the making, but an overnight success in terms of cashless, and everyone's really interested in that. And I think consumers in general in most other verticals are transacting cashlessly. So having that come to the casino floor was really a matter of time. So that's a big one. And then also we have solutions that allow for kind of social distancing on gaming floors. So it allows the operator to configure their floor based on utilization. So as an example of that, as a player puts a player's card in, they can disable the games next to it so they get enough space between the games to make them feel comfortable. So yeah, lots of innovation that came about as a consequence of the pandemic for sure.
Okay, yeah, and I mentioned, I used the word buzz around cashless. It's not as if it's a new development. I think Sun International probably released their smart card in the mid 90s, right? Give or take.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Yeah. So I mean, this iteration that's kind of mobile enabled is kind of the next wave of that. But I think we're really in the early innings. There's only a handful of operators that have utilized it yet. But I think as the consumer sees that as their preferred method of transacting, I think we'll see, over the next 4 or 5 years, we'll see, pretty wide adoption of the solution.
Okay. And before I forget, I wanted to ask, sports betting, does that fall within your remit as well?
It does not. No, that's in the digital division.
Okay. Yeah. And then sort of lastly, as the worlds converge, sort of omni-channel type of solutions, how do you see that flushing out in your role when you have solutions that are going to be utilized online as well as brick and mortar, and you have a break in your organizational structure?
Yeah, it's an active dialogue within the organization. We want to design our company around what our customers are looking for, and our customers are looking for solutions across the full gamut. So we're looking at some operating model changes potentially that are going to allow that to come to life. So it's not a near and present thing, but something that we're certainly thinking about in the broad context of our future strategy.
Okay. And then if we just pivot back to your background, how long have you been in Vegas now then?
Just on 10 years. Actually. Okay. Not long enough to lose the accent. So.
Yeah, I don't think that's going to happen. Well, happy anniversary. You enjoying it?
Yeah, we love it here. I got 3 American daughters, so we're not going anywhere soon. So they love it.
You have little ones then. Okay.
Yeah, I do.
Well, like I mentioned, I didn't have any questions on your background. Came back very clean. I did want to have a bit of dialogue in the business as it stands right now. But I'm happy to support your application here, and I didn't have any further questions.
Appreciate that.
Thank you.
If I could just jump in quickly. So you've either submitted applications or been licensed in 214 jurisdictions in the United States. 94 in these jurisdictions during your prior investigation, up to your prior, through your prior investigation. This is an updated investigation, right? So 2 years. Right. Everything clean, everything's good. So thank you for that. It always makes things easier. Yeah. I'll turn it over to Member Watkins. Do you have any questions, Ms. Watkins?
Mr. Wilson, it's good to meet you.
Absolutely. Good morning.
I don't have any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Well, with that, thank you for your appearance. I would ask my colleagues for a motion if one of them is willing to make one.
Certainly. I am ready to do that. We are on number 8, correct?
That's right.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 8 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsouros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing. Thank you, Mr. Raj.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you.
Much appreciated. Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay. All right. Let's return, Madam Secretary, to non-restricted item number 1, please. Let them queue out and let our next big item queue in and their members.
Would you like me to read non-restricted item 2 with item number 1?
Yes, please. Please do. Thank you.
Non-restricted number 1 are the applications of Intain PLC for registration as a publicly traded corporation, a finding of suitability as sole shareholder, and for an amendment to its order of registration. There's also the applications of Intain Holdings UK Limited, Intain Marketing UK Limited, Ladbrokes Coral Group Limited, Ladbrokes Holdco Inc., Ladbrokes Subco LLC, and GVC Holdings USA Inc. for registration as an intermediary company, a finding of suitability as sole shareholder, sole member and manager, and for licensure as a member as noted on the agenda. Lastly, you have the application of BWin Party USA Inc. for licensure as an interactive gaming service provider. Non-restricted number 2 are the applications of Intain PLC for continuous or delayed public offering and BWin Party USA Inc. to guarantee securities and hypothecate assets as noted on the agenda.
Thank you very much, Madam Secretary. Welcome all. It looks like we've got a large group at Intain. Mr. Satz, looks like we've got the Mr. Clayton and Ms. Okerberg. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, and Member Watkins. For the record, I am Mark Clayton, outside gaming counsel for Entain PLC. Also with me is my colleague, Erica Okerberg. We are before you today seeking the board's recommendation for approval of Entain PLC and its related holding companies, which were previously licensed for a 2-year period by the Nevada Gaming Commission. We have distributed a confidential presentation and would request that the board treat it as confidential and not make it part of the public record. If you'll turn to that affirmative presentation, at slides 2 and 3, we detail who are today's presenters and the companies and the areas of topics that will be covered in the affirmative presentation. As you will hear, Entain has expanded the portfolio of the board of directors, added new non-executive directors, continued to strengthen its governance and compliance processes, and its regulatory strategy is focused on regulated markets, responsible gaming, and sustainability. We believe the company has demonstrated that the Nevada Gaming Control Board's trust in licensing the company in 2019 was well placed. We believe that the requirements for licensing under the Nevada Gaming Control Act have been met, and that the company should be licensed without any limitations or conditions. First to present today will be Entain's board chairman, Barry Gibson, who, as you will recall, was previously before the board for his personal licensing in February of this year. Mr. Gibson.
Thank you very much indeed. For the record, I'm Barry Gibson. I'm the chairman of Entain PLC. Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, I'm delighted to see you again. And Member Watkins, I'm pleased to meet you for the first time. Suffice it to say, I'm very disappointed that we're not with you in person today. When we were talking together in February, I know we were chatting about the possibility of this meeting actually taking place in real time and together in a real location. We're nearly there, and I'm delighted that both the UK and the USA are talking now about opening up transport and travel arrangements, so we'll be able to get over to Las Vegas before too long. But it's good to be with you virtually like this. We learned a lot as a business from first beginning to operate in the USA back in 2019 when you licensed us. And we realized that there were things that we needed to continue to work on to improve, particularly around governance and the way we engage with our regulatory colleagues. Suffice to say, we've been very busy over the last 2 years and we've learned a heck of a lot from what we've been doing. And there have been quite significant changes. Of course, we've changed the name of the company. So Entain PLC replaced the name GVC. But this is not just a new ribbon around the same old box. Actually, what's inside the box is very different. So if I look at my colleagues on the board, and you'll see their detailed resumes a few pages through in our presentation. Of the 12 members we have on the board, 9 of them have joined the board since our meeting with you back in 2019. We've brought some new talent onto the board and some very specific skills that we felt we needed to. We've changed the executive group of the company. Really, it's a reflection of the way the business has been growing. So the new identity is very important to us, but really what's much more important is how we've refocused the business on working only in regulated or regulating markets. And we have a commitment to generate 100% of our revenue from domestically regulated jurisdictions by the end of 2023. we've launched a new sustainability charter and make sure that we're the leaders in responsible gambling. And these are not just empty words. Everybody talks about the need to be responsible and looking after customers. Back in February when I spoke to you, I talked about the fact that I come from a retail background, and my experience has been in treating customers really well, because if we treat our customers well, look after them, sell them great products, give them great service, value for money. Most importantly, in this particular space, make sure we look after the people who develop problems from time to time. Well, we are the leaders in what we're doing, and you'll hear quite a bit more about that from my colleagues this morning. When I look at what our strategy is, our vision is, we want to be the world leader in sports betting and gaming entertainment. Now, that doesn't just mean the biggest or most profitable. It means to be the leader in every respect. Numbers of customers, how our customers see us. So our purpose is to revolutionize gambling, to be the most exciting and trusted entertainment for every customer. And technology is enabling us to do this in a very different way. Technology, as we look forward, will help us to work with our customers to make sure that they don't get themselves into trouble. The same kind of technology we use to maximize our sales and revenues can be used to maximize the safe environment for our customers. We're already challenging for the leadership position in the US with our friends and colleagues at MGM, where we have our joint venture BetMGM, and that's our key focus of our US market. And we're working on being the leaders in responsibility. We want to be the best place to work, and you'll hear a lot of the work we've been doing in that space from colleagues as we go through the presentations this morning. Working with regulators, sharing our knowledge, our learnings from other jurisdictions is very important. And I know I kind of joked with you about the fact that we all in the industry see Nevada as the kind of world leader in regulation, and it is. But equally, we can learn from some of the markets we operate in Western Europe particularly, and we've taken many of our lessons from our Western European experience into the US, and vice versa. We can take our experience from the US into our core markets back home. The people that we employ, we have some 24,000 people around the world working to make sure we deliver on our plans. They're very proud of the fact that we put sustainability, responsibility at the very heart of everything we do. And we know from our research that we do, you'll hear more about it as we go through, that they are very proud of the fact we're taking a leadership position. We've also committed to spend £100 million in our Entain Foundation, which is a charitable foundation, to work with communities right around the world, make sure we give back to the communities that we work in. Just a few words on the board members that we have. As I said, 9 of those 12 members are new since we were first licensed back in 2019. We're delighted that we've got a truly international board. We have 2 US citizens on our board. You'll be hearing from one of those, Virginia, during this presentation. They both bring an enormous experience to our board in terms of the US market, US regulation, and that's been really helpful. Alongside them, we've got a Frenchman, we've got an Indian, we've got a Danish chief executive, and we've got 5 or 6 Brits as well. So we've got a truly international board, but they bring very different skills to the mix. We're not just from gambling backgrounds. I personally, as you'll recall, have got long experience in the gambling industry, but many of my colleagues come from other industries, but they bring particular skills that we think are important to get the mix right across the business. So these people are all committed to delivering on our new plan, our new approach, and the way that we are going to work with our regulators and in the markets in the United States. So with that, now I hand over to Jette, who's our CEO, and she'll take you through some of the things that we're working on just now. Thank you.
Thank you. And for the record, my name is Jette Nygaard, and I am the Chief Executive Officer of Entain. Good morning, Chairman Gibson, Member Katsaros, and Member Watkins. If I can ask the board now to turn to page 13 in the presentation. Before starting my presentation, I would like to thank the board for the opportunity to present today. So I took the helm as CEO of Entain in January this year, having been a non-executive director serving on the board since December 2019. The last 25 years of my professional career has been in the media and entertainment industry, also working with sports broadcasting and digital businesses such as streaming platforms, video gaming companies, and esports. Therefore, digital transformation has been a key theme in my career, as well as understanding how technology drives new consumer behavior, how this impacts business models, and ultimately how important it is to know your customers and always put the customers in the center of your business. So this is the experience I bring to Entain in my new role as CEO. Turning the page now, I don't know how much you know about Entain, but we are a global company with 24,000 employees, as the chairman mentioned, including 3,000 technology experts. We have 24 offices in 18 countries, and in the United States, we operate BetMGM as part of our joint venture with MGM Resorts International. We're licensed in 27 markets around the world, and 99% of our revenue is generated from regulated or regulating markets. And we are further committed to have 100% of revenues from domestically licensed markets in 2023. We are market leaders where we operate, and this has led us to become a company that generates approximately $5.2 billion in net revenue and $1.2 billion in EBITDA in 2020. If you please turn to slide 15. So in July 2018, after PASPA was repealed by the United States Supreme Court, we partnered with MGM Resort International to form BetMGM. And over the last years, we have built this business together, and BetMGM is now live in 12 states. Entain provides all technology, business operations such as CRM and trading platforms, products, as well as our knowledge from around the world to BetMGM. BetMGM today has 500 employees in the United States and is supported by Entain's team, including our few thousand technology experts and 350 agents in our customer service operations. On the next slide, slide 16, we talk about the importance of our technology. So Entain's cutting-edge technology and capability that empowers BetMGM is also what enables Entain's sustainable growth and success. The fact that we own our proprietary technology end-to-end gives us scalability, it gives us flexibility, and it gives us agility. And our experts in technology are 100% focused on delivering value to our customers, as the customers are the cornerstone of our strategy. So we continue to invest in our technology, as well as allocating resources into new technology innovations. For example, around AR, VR, immersive experiences, we're looking at how we can use voice technology, streaming technology, as well as 5G. And our goal is really to create the most exciting and engaging interactive entertainment experiences, for example, through personalization. And we take this same technology-led approach to player protection. If I can ask you to turn to page 17. So I know you hear about responsible gaming from other companies, but Entain takes a new approach to responsible gaming with our leading technology. An example of how we use cutting-edge technology to advance player protection is our Advanced Responsibility and Care program, which we call ARC. And here we combine our technology and data with artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms, with research on problem gambling, as well as with the latest science. So part one of this new approach to player protection is the identification of new markers of protection, such as customers increasing frequency of play or chasing losses. So with the combination of technology and research and science, we've been able to expand our models of protection from using markers of harm to adding new markers of protection. And we then map these against a safety index. And when they spike, we proactively intervene in real time. But we can do more than that. So the second part of ARC is using advanced algorithms to predict spikes and predict harmful behavior. And we can then intervene before they occur and preempt such behaviors. This, of course, leads to a much better experience for the customer. If we turn to slide 18, please. So we are not only innovating when it comes to player protection, we are constantly thinking about new technology and new consumer behaviors. So as digital entertainment evolves, so do our customer offerings. So we are evolving our games and bringing new types of games and interactive entertainment to our current brands, but we're also looking at adjacent gaming products where we believe we can use our existing technology and capabilities. And then finally, as new ecosystems are emerging, for instance, around regulated esports, we are looking at this also going forward. So I've been able to work with esports entrepreneurs in all areas of the value chain since 2015. And while it's still very early days for the industry, it is a fast-growing market, and it's an area where we are taking a step-by-step approach as the industry matures. This was what I had planned to present, and I would now like to hand it over to our CFO, Rob Wood.
Thank you, Jette. Good morning, Chair Gibson and members of the
Good morning,
board.
welcome.
My name's Rob Wood. I'm the CFO and Deputy CEO of Entain. If I continue, please, to slide 20 of your packs. This slide shows the key financial highlights of our most recent year, 2020. And hopefully you'll get a feel from this page that Entain is in very good financial health. If I start in the top left, you can see that our online revenue grew by 28% in 2020. And indeed, EBITDA was up by 50%. So very strong growth last year. And that strong growth has carried on into the first quarter of 2021 as well. We recently published our Q1 results and we grew by 32% in Q1. We're also generating very material EBITDA. The next box along shows that in 2020, we generated 843 million of EBITDA. That's pounds, as Jette mentioned earlier. That's around $1.2 billion. And really interestingly, even though we have large retail estates across Europe and those retail estates were closed for much of the year, we still managed to grow our group EBITDA by 11% year on year. So we were really pleased with our performance in 2020, all things considered. If you look at the bottom middle box, from a cash perspective, you can see that we generated underlying free cash flow of a little over 500 million. And at year end, the accessible cash that we have access to was around 700 million. So there's no shortage of liquidity at Entain. And the bottom right box on this page looks at leverage. So that comparing our debt stack to our earnings, and you can see that our leverage was low at around 2.1 times. So what hopefully this page does is show that firstly, we're a very large organization. We're around the 50th largest organization on the London Stock Exchange. And we have significant flexibility and firepower to pursue all the growth strategies which we've laid out on some of the slides that are in front of you earlier. And one of those growth strategies is around mergers and acquisitions. If I could just turn you to the next slide, slide 21. This demonstrates that now that we've completed the integration of Ladbrokes Coral, which you'll remember was a 2018 acquisition, now that that's complete, we're ready to start pursuing more M&A opportunities. And mostly we're focused on small bolt-on organizations. And we've done 2 so far already this year. We've acquired a business called Bet.pt in Portugal and a business called Enlabs, which operates in the 3 Baltic countries. So that's taken us from 23 regulated markets to now 27 regulated markets around the world. as Jette mentioned earlier. Both those businesses are really on strategy of taking ourselves into new, fast-growing, regulated markets, and both these operators are leaders in their respective markets. That's it from me. Thank you for your time, and I'm now handing over to Rob Hoskin.
Thanks, Rob. Good morning, Chairman Gibson, Member Watkins, and Member Katsouris. My name is Robert Hoskin, and I'm Entain's Chief Governance Officer. Before going through my update presentation on our governance practices, I just wanted to say on behalf of Entain that we'd just like to thank the investigators, Sean Crowley, William Teague, and Jacob Abbott for their work and time directing us through this process during an international pandemic and various national lockdowns. Turning to the slides now on governance updates, I'd like to highlight on slide 23 the current governance structure of the Entain Group, from the board through its committees to the executive management team and the various executive committees. And then turning to slide 24, you can see the senior governance and compliance executives that report into the Chief Governance Officer. Since we last appeared before the board, we've appointed a very experienced General Counsel, Simon Zinger, who joined us from Dentsu, and a new talented Company Secretary, Emily Carey, who was previously at BP. At the last hearing, the board made it very clear that amongst a number of governance and control matters, we should continue to focus particularly on payment processing oversight, anti-money laundering processes, and anti-bribery controls. So on slide 25, we therefore give an update on these three areas. So since February 2019, all payment partners are required to go through a formal due diligence process upon onboarding, with oversight and approvals from the Payment Processing Governance Committee. This due diligence process was reviewed and updated in February 2020 and continues to be improved. This is not a static process, and payment partners are subject to ongoing review with oversight from the Payment Processing Governance Committee, taking into account new risks arising in the sector and the emergence of new technologies. Entain has appointed 2 partners from external legal firms specializing in payments to advise the committee and senior management, provide additional oversight and expertise as to industry developments and best practice. Entain also continues to invest significantly in its anti-money laundering compliance function. The group has extensive operational resource in place throughout dedicated teams in the UK, Gibraltar, Bulgaria, India, and the Philippines. These local teams are provided with clear operational procedures, and issues are escalated to the appropriate team where necessary. Policies and procedures are subject to ongoing review, including regular gap analysis exercises which are undertaken. Policies, procedures, and strategy are overseen by the Executive Compliance Committee, which meets on a monthly basis and considers the adequacy of controls to meet legal requirements, as well as items such as high-spend customers and source of wealth and fund checks. The board's ESG committee is actively involved in overseeing effective management of AML risk and compliance, and the Money Laundering Reporting Officer has direct access and reports quarterly to the board's ESG committee. Entain has also adopted a revised group-wide anti-bribery policy with the assistance and advice of Poor Hastings Europe. This includes training for all colleagues and targeted training for key people, including face-to-face training from Poor Hastings, a Poor Hastings partner for board members, senior executives, and employees in higher risk roles. Turning to slide 26, we set out the additional procedural changes we've made to help the Entain board since 2019. The company secretary has reviewed and enhanced the process for board and board committee reporting. This review is instigated to ensure that information is provided to the board in a more consistent and standardized format, allowing for the board to more easily review, digest, and take decisions on important issues. The group continues to ensure that its 4 board committees have in-depth knowledge of the group's operations and are actively involved in overseeing management of the business and strategic decisions. These committees are comprised of experienced non-executive directors with extensive industry and corporate experience. 3 new experienced non-executive directors were appointed to the board in March 2021, all of whom are involved in the board's committee activities. The group has also adopted a formal conflicts of interest policy and programme that requires directors and senior employees to declare outside interests or possible conflicts. This programme is managed centrally by the company's secretariat function and reports to the board. If I could move to slide 27, we brought in third-party experts, Alvarez and Marcel, to carry out an independent assessment in 2021 of our governance and compliance controls and processes. The A&M assessment has concluded that, quote, Entain has put in place all the key components of a compliance framework to enable it to identify and manage its compliance and regulatory risks, and that Entain's design of the compliance framework does not have any significant gaps. A&M also observed a good tone from the top that is driving the development of strong governance over compliance issues, and that there has been a significant investment in both resources and technology to develop and implement compliance framework over recent years. Moving on to slides 28 and 29, in accordance with our Nevada regulatory requirements, we established our Gaming Compliance Committee in 2019. The independent board member and chair of that committee is Dennis Nylander, a former chairman of this board, and details of the committee's membership are set out on page 29. To help Entain better understand the US regulatory environment and regulator expectations, we set up a US Regulatory Advisory Committee, details of which are set out on slide 30. This is an informal advisory body focused on US industry best practices. The committee consists of members of Entain's governance team and 3 former US regulators, Dennis Nylander, George Rover, and Ronnie James. The committee's purpose is to provide, 1, a sounding board for Entain to review the group's regulatory policies and procedures on a continuous basis, in particular its regulatory compliance, responsible gaming, integrity and due diligence procedures. And 2, provide guidance to Entain's management on best practices within the US industry related to the aforementioned areas. Turning to Entain's regulatory strategy on slide 31, as already mentioned, Entain Group is currently licensed in 27 jurisdictions around the globe, including 12 US states. As you've heard from my colleagues also, we've committed to generating 100% of our revenues from domestically regulated markets by the end of 2023. Currently, 99% of Entain's revenues come from domestically regulated or regulating markets. As members are aware, the group is involved in an investigation into its legacy Turkish gambling business, which we sold in 2017. On pages 32 and 33, we give a summary of the background and current status. On 28th of November 2019, GVC Holdings UK Limited, a subsidiary company of the Entain Group, was served with a production order seeking various categories of documents relating to the group's legacy Turkish-facing business as part of a long-standing investigation being conducted by the UK's equivalent of the IRS, Her Majesty's Revenue and Customs, or HMRC. That investigation was into a third party providing payment processing solutions to various operators. Entain immediately instructed external legal counsel and established a dedicated independent committee of the board to deal with matters arising out of that investigation. Entain understands that HMRC's investigation commenced in 2016 in relation to this third party. On July 2020, HMRC notified GVC that it had widened its investigation to cover the group in relation to potential corporate offending, including but not limited to Section 7 of the UK Bribery Act. HMRC is yet to confirm which existing or former group companies are being investigated. To date, Entain's external legal team has reviewed approximately 270,000 documents from a universe of more than 5 million documents from the identified custodians, of which just over 60,000 documents have been provided to HMRC in accordance with HMRC's agreed disclosure parameters. Entain will continue to produce documents within the scope of the production order as appropriate. In the meantime, Entain is cooperating with HMRC's investigation and continues to offer to meet HMRC in order to offer additional information. HMRC is at the information gathering stage of this investigation, which can often take a number of years. The group obviously commits to keeping the gaming board updated on any material developments in relation to this investigation. That concludes my governance update, and subject to Chairman Gibson's direction, I'm happy to take questions before handing over to my colleague, Virginia McDowell.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hawkins. If I could just ask some general questions before you go on. Our materials suggest that you have two new technological systems that help you identify and assist in protecting players who might show or manifest or might be on the precipice of manifesting problem gambling issues. Could you tell us more about how the predictive part of it works? How, once you've identified a player who has a problem, what kind of activities or what kind of actions you take as a company, how you monitor that? And I'm thinking about the Austrian litigation in particular and how it relates to that.
Yeah, do you want to talk about how that's beginning to roll out in the UK currently?
Yes, thank you very much. And thank you for the question, Chairman Gibson. So ARC, or Advanced Responsibility and Care Program, is really about two things. First of all, it's about working with science and research, as well as the data that we have in-house to understand better what leads to problem gambling. So here we expand our originally, I think, 15 markers of harm into a wider set of markers, which we can then react to. And then we rate them, you could say, on a safety index from low to medium to high to very high. And when these spikes then occur, then in real time, we will intervene. And we can intervene in a number of areas, giving a message to the player and so forth. Now, the second part that you referred to is really about, you could say, the predictive modeling. And this is where we work with artificial intelligence and machine learning algorithms. And based on all the intelligence and data that we have, we try to develop models so we can actually predict before the player gets into harm that the player might get into harm. So this is where the predictability model comes into place. We are right now trialing it live in the UK, and we expect that after summer we'll be rolling it out to all our 14 brands there. And then the idea is that come next year we'll start rolling it out internationally.
So as an example, do you have the ability to slow the pace of play or velocity of money, for example? And do you have, and at some point, are you able to sideline the player, put them in a box, as it were? And how would they get back in? I mean, what are the processes that you have in place? Could you give me more detail? And this has this is a question that we're looking at just generally, in addition to in the context of this company.
Yeah, and for the record, this is Jette Nygaard again. So what we are looking at now is really working with, we could say, the marketing, so we can change the marketing around the games. We could take away games and then put them back for the player when the player's we could say behavior is put to a better level. So we have the ability to do that. Right now, we are trialing all these things because we need to understand what will enable us to make sure that the player gets back to a level of play that is not harmful.
Okay. And please understand that I don't ask these questions this isn't a grand inquisition. This is actually an inquiry that I think is, these are great things. That's why I'm asking the questions. I want to understand better how your model works and the degree of safety. So you operate in terrestrial markets as well. How does your ability online to protect players against compulsive gambling compare to your ability in a land-based situation?
Sure.
Yeah.
Sure. So in a land-based situation in retail, clearly it's different because a lot of customers are by definition anonymous. We don't know who they are when they walk through the door. But nonetheless, retail betting, it's not like a supermarket. They're quite small, or a large casino. They're small units, and each shop may have no more than 50 customers. So the colleagues who work there know their staff really well. And know their customers well. And therefore, there's a degree of care there, which you're able to do in a retail environment, which you can't do in an online environment. So in online, we rely on data. So to your last question, if the marker that's identified is somebody's depositing more than they usually do, we can enforce deposit limits. If they're staking at higher levels than they normally do, we can introduce a stake limit on that game. Or if the spin speed is too fast, we can slow it down. Or if they're reacting to promotion materials, we can suppress the marketing. So the idea is this technology, once it identifies where the problem area is, there's a bespoke treatment to try and address it. That's what we're trying to see how it goes. In the retail environment, it's more the one-to-one sort of customer care quality.
I appreciate your use of the term bespoke, by the way. I've always wanted to go to London to get a suit. I don't know that I'll ever be able to, but I always have a bespoke suit. Well, thank you for that. Let me turn it over to my colleagues and ask if they have any questions about these items. So corporate governance were just discussed by Member Hoskin, or by Mr.
Chair Gibson, we have two additional updates, one for Virginia McDowell on the ESG responsibilities, and then we have a module on responsible gaming.
Oh, do you?
Okay, yeah, so we have not concluded the affirmative presentation. I think Mr. Hoskin was indicating if there was just questions relative to governance.
Okay.
But so we're ready to, obviously it's your meeting, so we'll do whatever you prefer. But like I said, we've got two more modules of the affirmative presentation to go.
Right. So do you have any questions based on what you've heard so far?
I do have a few questions along those lines with responsible gaming, but if they wish to continue, I'm not going to object to that. They're doing so well in their presentation right now. I fear I might not have as many questions as time goes on, but I can hold off.
And Member Katsaros, the last module definitely does a deeper dive into responsible gaming.
Okay, but I do have questions on that. If they're not covered, I will come back.
So if that's okay with the chair, then we'll turn it over to Virginia McDowell, who is the ESG committee chair, and have her present her element of the presentation.
Okay, let me check with our new member. Member Watkins, do you have any questions?
Not at this moment. My questions also are related to the responsible gambling issue. And if you cover that during your presentation, then I'm happy to draw those questions back. So I'm ready to listen.
All right. Ms. McDowell, please go ahead. Ma'am, you need to unmute, please. There you go.
That's the cry of the pandemic. Thank you, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, and a warm welcome to Member Watkins. My name is Virginia McDowell, and I'm the Independent Non-Executive Director at Entain, and I am Chair of the ESG Committee. At Entain, we recognize that we are only as strong as our team, and we need to provide resources, support, and training to our 24,000 colleagues around the world. We aspire not only to being a world-class leader in governance and responsible gaming, but also a world-class best place to work. Our values revolve around the well-being of our colleagues, a strong diversity and inclusion platform, and reducing our environmental impact. Before the full force of the pandemic caused lockdowns on a global level, we were able to support all of our nearly 8,200 office-based colleagues to work from home by sourcing laptops or providing delivery of computer equipment directly to their homes. This scope spanned India, the Philippines, South America, and Europe. We launched training programs in March and April of 2020 to support managers in engaging and managing their teams in a fully remote working context. We were also aware of the impact to our colleagues' well-being, both physically and mentally. And in March of 2020, we rolled out Unmind globally, which is a mental health and wellness app that has positive feedback from our colleagues around the world that have used it. And to further support our well-being agenda, we also rolled out an employee assistance program globally beyond just our UK-based workforce in October of last year. This is a deeper level of support with telephone advice and counseling for colleagues, which has been very helpful in the series of lockdowns. Our employees have given us high marks for our pandemic response. In a May 2020 employee survey, 87% indicated that the company had cared for their well-being. And in a global employee opinion survey in April of 21, just this year, we were pleased to note that 88% of our employees indicated they believe that they work for a company that takes safer gambling seriously. Diversity and inclusion programs are a foundation of our company, certainly for me personally. In our appendix on slides 57 and 58, we've highlighted our inclusion roadmaps and our events for 2021, which include events for mental health awareness, autistic pride, Black history, trans rights, and of course, advancing the careers of women in our workforce. A key focus to improve our inclusion ambition is to develop inclusion ambassadors across our offices to better inform and respond to local challenges and ways we can overcome barriers to equality and inclusion across all of our cultural contexts. Again, from India to the Philippines to South America and Europe, and then of course, fully collaborating with our BetMGM US JV partners. We have partnered with Girls Who Code to close the gender gap in technology and are now one of the organization's most significant global partners. We're a member of the All In Diversity Project, an initiative that benchmarks diversity, equality, and inclusion for the global gaming sector. And currently, we rank #1 on their index list for 2020. And Entain is also a sustaining partner of Global Gaming Women, helping to build the next generation of female leaders in the gaming industry. From a UK listed company and governance perspective, the Hampton Alexander Committee has reported the number of women in senior positions in FTSE 350 companies for the last 5 years and has been instrumental in driving greater female representation at board and senior executive level. We are pleased to report in the 2020 report, Entain came in #1 in our sector on gender diversity at board, executive team, and their direct report levels. As Barry indicated earlier, we've made a $138 million commitment to the Entain Foundation over 5 years. The foundation supports our global ESG initiatives and donations, including projects with a clear link to our communities. Entain also has a significant role to play in reducing our environmental footprint, and we have committed to reducing greenhouse gas emissions by 15% per colleague by the end of this year, and our data is being independently verified by the Carbon Trust. we have also achieved an MSCI ESG rating of AA. And I know that's a lot of initials, but there are many organizations that basically measure environmental impact at this point. It is now my pleasure to turn the presentation over to my colleague, Martin Lichka.
Thank you, Virginia. Good morning, Chair Gibson. Good morning, Member Watkins. Good morning, Member Katsaris. Indeed, my name is Martin Lichka. I'm Entain's SVP for American Regulatory Affairs and Responsible Gambling, and the Transport Links pandemic and border openings permitting, I will be relocating to the United States, hopefully in the foreseeable future. If I may turn your attention to slide 38 of our deck and provide some additional detail on one of the key pillars of Entain's strategy, namely responsibility and responsible gambling. As demonstrated by my colleagues, it is Entain's deep belief that responsible gambling is key to achieving long-term sustainability of any gambling market, including the sports betting and internet gaming markets in the United States. We believe that Entain has been one of the leading operators in this industry that has helped it achieve even higher standards of consumer protection. As we've discussed, we've been leveraging and further developing our technology to this effect. We continue devising new algorithms and new markers of protection to continue helping our customers. And in parallel to that, we've also embarked upon a journey to educate all the relevant stakeholders about responsible gambling, crucially including in the United States. The final point I would like to highlight is the fact that responsible gambling and our delivery and our commitments equals to 15% weighting in our annual bonus scheme, and that applies to all colleagues across the organization. If I now may turn your attention, please, if you allow me, to slide 39 that indeed provides additional detail about our ARC program. ARC stands, as our CEO has already suggested, for Advanced Responsibility and Care. And this is really the key motto and message and principle, of course, at the heart of our approach to consumer protection and to how we've been doing business. We have discussed some of the elements of the program, and we would, of course, be happy to take further questions as requested. What I would highlight, in addition to what my colleagues have already mentioned, is the fact that on the one hand, we've also been leveraging our technology to further improve our product design so that we can identify patterns of potentially problematic gaming behavior even earlier in the life cycle of any customer account. But what I believe is equally important is human touch, if you will. And that's why we continuously train all our colleagues, but in particular our customer service colleagues, to deal with responsible and problem gambling matters, and we train them how to help our customers. If I now may turn your attention to the final two slides of my update that deal with the parallel stream to our leveraging of technology for consumer protection purposes, and that is our education programs. Virginia's already alluded to our Entain Foundation, and in September 2019, we launched its sister US-focused organization, the Entain Foundation US, a not-for-profit organization focused on promoting responsible gambling practices in the United States and educating all relevant stakeholders, including regulators and legislators, but also crucially and critically, members of the public. The foundation, during its existence, has launched a number of both responsible gambling and sustainability projects. To give you but a few highlights, together with Epic Risk Management, we've set off to educate professional and collegiate sports about responsible gambling, but also sports integrity. Together with BetMGM, we've been one of the first adopters of the Playbook software designed by GeoComply to allow for nationwide self-exclusion in the United States. We're supporting a great organization called Kindbridge, to my knowledge, the very first organization that has developed a technological platform designed to connect potentially problematic gamblers with US certified mental health therapists. Last but most certainly not least, Entain has a 5-year research partnership with the Division on Addiction of Harvard Medical School, and we do use this research as part of our program on top of other research to further develop it. In terms of sustainability projects, as important as responsible gambling projects, Entain has a long-standing collaboration with University of Nevada, Las Vegas, be it with the William S. Boyd School of Law, the International Gaming Institute, as also demonstrated by the letter of support kindly written to us by Dr. Bo Bernard that's been submitted to this board. We have a similar educational project on the East Coast that is with the Seton Hall Law School. And finally, on top of the diversity and women in technology projects that Virginia has already kindly referred to, we have also partnered up with UNLV's Blackfire Women's Innovation Igniter project that is designed to look for, identify, and then further develop future leaders, female leaders in the space of gaming technology in Las Vegas and also the wider Clark County. This concludes my update. I would, of course, be happy to take any questions. Unless there are any at this stage, then I would like to turn it back to Jette Nygaard for concluding remarks. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Martin, and thank you again, Chair Gibson and members of the board for your time this morning. So turning to our last slide, which is 43. I hope we have given you a good overview of Entain and then how the business has really evolved. The last 2 years, Entain has made significant improvements to governance, to compliance processes. We have a new chairman of the board. We have a new management team. We've brought in new competencies and experiences to the board of directors. We have a new strategy, and this includes, as you've heard, a new approach to sustainability with a new regulatory strategy and a comprehensive sustainability charter. As part of this, our ambition is to lead with a new tech-led approach to player protection. And as you've heard from Virginia, our approach to ESG is all about taking care of our customers and our colleagues. So I and the team at Entain are fully committed to deliver on this strategy. And this ends our prepared presentation, but I would now like to hand it over to the board for questions and comments. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. That was high level. Thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions now.
Trouble finding the unmute button as well. So I did want to just pick up then on one of the topics that we started to vet through a bit more thoroughly on responsible gaming. I did wanted to get a little more into the nuts and bolts of that. I have seen lots of information with respect to your commitment to responsible gaming and player protections. I think it was part of the central theme of what we spoke of last time, say 2 years ago as well. But I wanted to flesh out a bit more on your ARC program as well as the Play Pause. I think Mr. Lyko was just mentioning there. And firstly there, did I hear correctly that Play Pause is something that was developed by GeoComply?
Yes, that is correct.
So is Play Pause a trademark by them and you're licensing it from them, or they're providing it to you in some way?
We are supporters of the program, so the program is still fairly new. BetMGM is one of the supporters as well. So yes, the answer is yes, it would be licensed to the operators.
And so how does that get integrated? Is it integrated solely with your online operations and sports betting operations?
Yes, the program is designed to be integrated into the online operations.
And how does that functionally work? I, as a player, determine that I have a problem, I wish to exclude myself. Walk me through that.
So the key feature of that program is to ensure cross-border self-exclusion, because as you will be aware, these days customers in the United States can go and exclude themselves in the individual states. So what CHIO Comply with their conscious gaming not-for-profit organization have set off to do is to allow for, I suppose, ultimately potentially nationwide exclusion. It's needless to say that people move from one jurisdiction to another. So, and they might not be taking the self-exclusion with them. So that's one of the rationales behind the program, ultimately with a view to protecting these consumers. So you should, in other words, every customer deserves to get the same level of protection regardless of his or her location or state of registration.
Okay, so if I understand correctly, let's just look at the United States right now. And let's just say I've registered as a player in New Jersey, in Pennsylvania, in Michigan. I'm utilizing your platform to game. I decide I want to exclude myself. I have a link, perhaps that's presented to me on your website. I'm then able to exclude myself. Let's just say I'm in New Jersey at the time. I exclude myself via your site, via the Play Pause application that's embedded, or perhaps linked to your site, however that may happen. And then the thought is that I am then instantaneously also blocking myself in the other markets as well.
That would indeed be, and Play Pause has still been launched relatively recently, and of course it's a third-party software. So the CHIO Comply and Conscious Gaming, the two organizations that have been running it, have started working with regulators to get their blessing, if you will, for launching that software. But indeed, that is the idea.
Okay, understand. Conceptually, though, that is the idea. Okay.
Yes, correct.
Okay. Are you familiar with? Because again, now that I'm recalibrating my thoughts here, I thought this was something that was already rolled out to a larger degree, but I understand you're saying it's not. I imagine there's some controls in there that once I exclude myself, I can't unexclude myself a minute later. Are there going to be some safeguards? Are you familiar with anything else around that?
Each operator has its own software, and once you've self-excluded yourself, it's not easy to come back, because as a customer, you have to demonstrate to the operator that the reason for which you would have self-excluded ceased to exist. So to your example, it's not as though you could push one button to self-exclude yourself and a minute later push another button to cancel the self-exclusion. Once you have self-excluded yourself, then your account is locked up. And as I've said, you need to prove to the operator that the reason for which you self-excluded has ceased to exist.
Okay, understood. What you just said there then really resonated. It seems like it's a central database though, but the control for that is still going to be relegated to each individual site and the different markets, but it'll then ping off of the database to identify that it is, Martin Leica in this case that's wishing to exclude at this point. Okay, understood. We were talking originally, and there's been various mentions of your ARC program, some predictive learning, some algorithms that you tap into, some markers that you're looking at and trying to identify who may or may not have a problem with gambling or an addiction. Talk to me a little bit more about that, because I understand it was mentioned, and I think it was Ms. Nygaard that had mentioned that there's 15 markers. Is one of those markers, does that have to do with the person's wherewithal or the financial means, or is that separate from the analysis that is ongoing with your algorithm?
So that is a separate element. So the ARC program is really about, you could say, combining a number of things and moving from responsible gambling and player protection being about losses specifically, but actually identifying many more markers, because problem gambling is much more than just a specific loss on a specific day. So what we've been able to do is going from the original 12 to 15 markers of harm that we had, and that the systems, you could say, our setup reacted to identify new markers, which is much more behavioral. So for example, you chasing losses, and then we can use those new markers. We build them into our models, and then we can intervene. And we, as I explained, we then map them on a safety index. So if it's low, we can, we don't need to intervene. Maybe we suppress the marketing, but if you move up, so to speak, then we'll take more measures.
Okay.
So that's around the markers of harm, really expanding our understanding. And that's why we work with science and do all this research.
Okay. And how long has this ARC program been in place? When did it get rolled out?
Exactly. So we're trialing it now live on our Foxy brand in the UK. So we are getting all the data in now. We are adjusting the modeling, and then we expect to roll it out in the UK after summer, and then come next year, we expect to roll it out to our international markets.
Okay, thank you for refreshing my memory. I wrote a note down here as you were speaking that this is sort of being trialed right now. So in practice then, once somebody gets identified perhaps as having an addiction or a problem where there's intervention that's required, what sort of effect does it have operationally from your marketing side of the business? And when I say from the marketing side of the business, is there some sort of trigger that you're envisioning will then happen, or a waterfall effect where it says individual X has been identified or has already been confirmed to have a problem. Therefore, now this triggers some sort of note or message to the marketing team to cease digital communication or digital marketing efforts or in-person efforts, ringing them up, etc. Can you walk me through that and how you envision that happening?
Yeah. So in terms of our vision, you're right in the sense that when we identify these behaviors, we can then, for example, suppress marketing, or we can intervene directly. Now, the idea and the vision around ARC is really to go from let's say, a blanket treatment of players to personalization. So the way we envision it is that when we see the need for an intervention, we can automatically suppress marketing, for example, or take other measures. But of course, the vision is that you as a player, we return you to a sustainable way of playing, and then we can put those things back. So really, if we look at this long term, it's about personalization, but it's also about making sure that players will not reach a point where they get into an unsustainable behavior, but actually being able to prevent that.
Okay, understood. Well said then. Under the current framework, though, if somebody is identified or has self-excluded, you've identified them as having an addiction or they've self-excluded, what sort of measures do you have in place now in terms of marketing efforts, both digitally as well as in person?
Sure, there's a whole range of measures. So in terms of the intervention, it depends on the issue that goes back to Jette's point about personalization the individual customer would have. Sometimes, if I may put it plainly and bluntly, it would just take giving the customer a call to check everything is okay. Because, for example, one of the markers that we would typically use is a weekly spend. And there may be or may not be a logical explanation for an increase in the spend. So if in this form of intervention we get a satisfactory answer back, we would of course continue monitoring that account, but we would put on the customer's record that, for example, the customer has had a promotion and has more disposable income that he or she can spend on gambling. Of course, on the opposite side, on the opposite extreme of the spectrum is a closure of customer account. And typically that would be the case if a number of those markers of protection have been activated and there is no other way of helping the customer but closing down that account and, of course, pointing the customers to the right information and to the right sources of help that he or she may take advantage of. So these are the two extremes of the intervention, a whole variety in between in terms of indeed imposing limits on customers wagering or gaming. And the same, to your point or your question, indeed goes to marketing, because we would not send any advertising promotion materials to self-excluded customers, but the same applies already at this stage to customers that score high on that risk rating when it comes to responsible gambling. So if you will, this is an additional layer of protection that we offer to our customers so that they are not incentivized to play with us at all if that's required, or to, at the very least, to overspend with us.
Okay, and that was the answer I was looking for, or an answer to my question, which is somebody's self-excluded. What are the marching orders to your client representatives? If a person's have self-excluded, do you then cease digital marketing efforts? And then in terms of what level of engagement are they allowed to have with that patron once that patron has said, I want to self-exclude myself? And perhaps there's a time frame there that you allow them to self-exclude. What is that? If somebody said, I want to self-exclude indefinitely, what's the marching orders to the client service representatives?
The marching orders are indeed not to send any marketing materials to that person or anything else, because every now and then these customers may get so-called service messages if there are any changes to their account, but these changes would not affect their non-ability to play with us. And then indeed the self-exclusion may be indefinite, it may be for 6 months, it may be for a year. And then after that year, the first step would be for the customer to reassess his or her behavior. And then, as we mentioned earlier, the next step would be for the customer to approach us, and for our customer agents, and there's a whole escalation process behind this and governance, of course, to assess whether we would allow that customer back. So it's not as though the customer could come back to us and willy-nilly, if I may again put it bluntly, advise us that all his issues have petered out and he or she would like to play again. So we would put them through the internal process, at the end of which we would determine whether we would allow the customer to come back or not, or whether we would have to advise the customer that he or she needs to remain self-excluded, because we believe that the issues that he or she has faced are still persistent.
If I may add to this, Member Katsaros, I think sensing your keen interest in this area, may I suggest that we try and arrange a separate presentation with some live examples and show you exactly how it works, so we can do a demonstration?
Yeah, certainly. In fact, I was getting to just sort of wrapping up there, but it's been a focus of our discussion earlier in your presentation, as was it during our last discussion 2 years ago. Sort of echoing Chair Gibson, our Chair Gibson's comments. There's nothing I wouldn't read into any of the questions that I'm having here, other than wanting to be better educated on the measures that you're actually speaking of. Because when you start to bring it to light and saying, look, we are doing our best on responsible gaming, when we haven't even raised that as a question, then I want to know more as to, okay, what exactly are you doing? And I know there's keen interest right now, particularly in the UK as well, with trying to, I don't want to say rein in, but taking another look at how responsibly companies are and should be acting.
I think, given the area of interest on its importance, let me leave the offer on the table that if it's a future meeting, you'd like us to do a proper presentation, everything from know your customers, so really understanding them, the sources of wealth and so on, and then demonstrating live examples of what happens, how we intervene with the customer by slowing down spins and so on, all the way through to self-exclusion. There are some issues around data protection. Of course, we may self-exclude customers from our bingo sites in the UK, and those customers may just migrate to other sites. So it's something that's challenging our regulators in the UK. Just how do they get over those problems of saying, well, the problem customer, shouldn't we stop them going to your competitors as well? So those are areas we're going through.
Agreed. And there could be a race to the bottom. There could be a race to the bottom in a situation like that, right? So you're acting responsibly perhaps, but others are not, and therefore nobody's better off as a result. But I'll take you up on that offer. And I really didn't have any more substantive questions on this topic anyway. So
Martin is relocating into the US due to travel, hopefully next week or the week after. So one of the items on his agenda will spend some time in your diaries and to arrange to do a presentation properly with real examples, show you how it's going to work, how it's working already in test. But this is very much leading edge we're at the kind of leading edge. Most importantly, philosophically, as a business, as a board, we don't want to take the shirt off the backs of our customers because we want them to enjoy doing what they're doing. And if they get into trouble, we get into trouble. So show you the examples, how it's working, show you some data. I think that would be really helpful. And then how we can start to think about applying that into physical locations, which is more difficult than with online. But as Rob said earlier, in most of our physical locations, we only have 50 or 70 customers. So we tend to know who they are, and our staff know and recognize them as a problem or not, and we can intervene in that way. I guess it's completely different when you're on a big casino floor on the strip in Las Vegas, and you've got thousands of people in town for a convention, and you've got people wandering in with lots of money. You don't know where it's come from. So it's a slightly different challenge that you have on that scale. I appreciate that.
Right.
Really?
We of course have measures in the brick and mortar world to combat against understanding sources of funds and so forth. But I appreciate the dialogue on this, and I will yield back on this topic for now. Thank you.
I have a couple of questions related to this responsible gambling issue. And you talked about the company's intervention, and you also talked about self-exclusion. Is there also, is it my understanding correct that the player is also able to set their own limits?
Yes, that's correct. Indeed, it could be wagering limits, loss limits, deposit limits. Because we are across the piece, the 27 jurisdictions where we're licensed, we're fully compliant with the applicable regulations in this regard. Some of them would allow for customer set or customer led limits. Others would have hardwired statutory limits. So that's what we would comply with.
Okay, and there were some cases or some litigation related to this responsible gambling issue. Can you talk some about that?
Member Watkins, Robert Hoskin for the record. I'll take that. I think you're referring to the Austrian player cases. Those tend to be older cases, and unfortunately, you're in a position where I think certain customers have a position on the law which is open to challenge. I think the Austrian courts have not respected the laws, supranational laws of the European Union. So there is a legal debate going on there, and there are a series of cases. But those cases do tend to relate to legacy situations, player cases, where our responsible gambling controls have improved since then.
Okay, can you just provide me an update on the status of the cases?
So some of the cases have been settled. Some of the cases are still going through the court process, and we are waiting for an important case in the European courts, which should provide some greater clarity around the Austrian national law's position on gaming in respect of Austria's obligations under its European Union commitments. And that case is expected in the next couple of months. Unfortunately, with the COVID pandemic, it's probably the same in the US. It's playing havoc with court timetables.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, if there are no further questions on those issues, let's move on to corporate governance and your just rebuilding the house, as you say it, Chairman Gibson. Let's talk about, if you would, your new committees, your AML department, payments department, IE department, how they interrelate, movement of information among them, your Nevada compliance committee led by Dennis Nylander, and your new policies. And in particular, what I'm looking for is, I mean, this is essentially a new company that's before us today. And one of our challenges is we have legacy issues that are, as you mentioned, that are still, there's some that are still outstanding. You're in some gray markets that you've committed to exit, or they'll become legitimate markets by 2023. So that's good. You've moved out of 100 markets or so. 98% of your revenue is now from legal markets. So we're looking at a very different company. But what I need to understand is, to what degree have these new committees, these new policies, procedures taken hold?
Okay, they're very much hardwired into everything we do. So the board committees, if I take an example of a board committee, that has an independent chairman. So you've heard from Virginia, and she chairs the ESG committee. She has full access to everybody in the organization that she needs to ask for reports, for evidence of what's happening, where problems exist, where opportunities exist to improve going forward. And she can bring in whichever resource she needs to enable her to help the company on its travels towards being the Entain we want of tomorrow. And in turn, she then reports to the board on issues, if there's any obstruction, if things are not being done in the way she wants them to be done. I actually sit on the ESG committee as a member, not as a chairman. So the agenda is set and controlled by Virginia. And Virginia, as I said, has access to every bit of information she needs in the organization to be able to make sure. Now, I'll give you a very specific example. We just, in the last couple of weeks, adopted some new processes and controls around market entry. So the company, no executive can enter a market anywhere in the world without specific board approval to it. So there's a very detailed series of things they can and can't do, and they have to gain board approval to enter a new market. So if we want to go into a different market in, say, Latin America, we, the board, have to understand the case, how it's regulated, etc., etc. So that's how the structure works through each of the committees. They've got an independent chairman. They decide what they want to investigate, what they want to look at, and then it's reported into the board. The board see the minutes. We have an electronic board book system so that we can see the minutes of all the meetings and see precisely what's going on and have full optics right through the organization.
So Chairman Gibson and Chairman Gibson, if I may add a little bit of depth to that. And again, if you'll refer to slides 23 and 24 in our deck, just in terms of our enhanced governance structure. In our AML program, which Chairman Gibson was just referencing, we went from about 100 employees, I believe, last time we appeared before the commission, just in our international AML teams, from 100 to about 225, which is, obviously we've doubled just our international compliance team. But in our total regulatory compliance and RG teams, we have over 600 colleagues worldwide. And again, as Chairman Gibson just indicated, just last week, we did a deep dive into our AML processes in our ESG committee, and we actually approved our AML policy in line with all of the changes of global regulatory operations throughout the world, but with a focus on M&A and integration into our company, and then enhanced use of technology. So it is very much top of mind as far as the organization is concerned from a compliance perspective.
Ms. McDowell, could you say those numbers again? You went from 100 individuals in your AML team to 225. What was on the compliance side?
We actually went from 101 to 222.
Okay.
but that's only part of our global compliance team. So our entire compliance team and our RG team is about 600.
And what did that grow from?
I'm going to have to refer back to Rob for that, but I'm sure it's probably the same percentage.
Yes, it's even in that. So regulatory compliance would be straightforward regulatory compliance from your perspective, as you I would think would see it, would probably be around, including the AML team, would be around 260 people.
Okay, understood. So I'll say the balance is what I would consider traditional regulatory compliance. Okay, thank you.
Would you please outline your new policies? You have a number of them. When they became effective, if you would you list them for us and talk about their effective date?
Yeah, we announced what we call Project Sunrise back in November. Right. Really, they cover the kind of key things that we wanted to do differently. So everything from, if you like, simple words like putting customers at the heart of everything we do. Yeah, how does that manifest itself in what we do as an organization? That's where things like the ARC responsibility program and how we're going to use that going forward will happen. Very specifically, in November, we announced we would exit a number of unregulated markets where we didn't see any prospect of them becoming regulated, and we didn't want to play in them anymore. And we gave away £25 million of gross win in those markets because we just felt that they were not appropriate for us to be trading in. So those are the kind of policies that you're talking about. Do you want to go into more detail behind what
I do. And there's a reason for this. I mean, so I'm trying to create a record as to this new company. And again, back to my original question, the degree to which these new policies would have had time to take effect.
Mm-hmm. Okay. So, for example, the changes to the board, I started that process in about February last year when I became the chairman. The chief executive that you saw 2 years ago left us, retired in July, and we then started to build the new executive team. So, for example, Rob Hoskin, who's sitting here on my left-hand side, has been with the company for a number of years, but was not on the board. He was a secretary reporting to the board, but he was not actually a member of the board. He became a board member with effect from January. We discussed with our existing board members. Some have given quite a lot of years of service and wanted to move on. And we started the recruitment process. So we brought in 3 new directors in March. They were added to David Satz, who joined us back in October. So the process of rebuilding the board, of creating the new approach to the business, is largely complete. However, we still have a lot of work to do in terms of making it fully effective. So putting a new board, a new governance structure in place, having very clearly written rules about what we can and can't do, how we behave in these circumstances, how we, for example, make sure that we behave with our regulators. So historically, we probably didn't have enough resource in the regulatory teams to really make sure we're complying with everything we should be doing. And in all the territories that we're in, it's quite a complex matrix that we have. So that kind of board, if you like, is at the heart. Our sustainability charter, which is really about saying how we will treat customers, making sure that everything we do is focused on the customer. That will never be completed because what the customer wants us to do will change and evolve over time. But in terms of our employees, our colleagues' understanding of what it means, then it is there, they understand it, they get it, they know where we're trying to get to. But we will continue to refine that and make sure that we deliver and help customers. To do that, we need to understand what are the things that cause harm in gambling, how people are thinking. Therefore, things like the research program come into that. What we do with our contributions to the Entain Foundation, how we make sure we help the communities that we work in. So, for example, we're currently working with our colleagues in India who are battling with dreadful conditions in the pandemic to make sure that they are getting the help that we can realistically give to them, not just the colleagues who work for us, but the communities in which we work. So this is a series of initiatives that all come together and make sure that everybody understands that perhaps the historic approach of just how can you maximize gross win becomes how do you do this in a sustainable way that builds that relationship with the customer and creates a safe environment. So those are all the things that we've been doing to create the new way of working for Entain.
Mr. Chairman, if I may add, it's David Satz. I've been quiet up till now, but I joined the board in, I believe it was October 2020, and I had engaged in many discussions with our Chairman Gibson and Rob Hoskins about some of the financial payment processing issues that had arisen 2 years ago. And I can tell you at that time, and Rob can give you express dates, they already were deep into putting these new policies and checks and balances in place long before I got on board. And we've continued to really hone in on that throughout the period I've been on the board so far. And I think Rob also mentioned we created the U.S. Regulatory Advisory Committee made up of 3 members of gaming commissions from throughout the United States. So focus on Nevada, but elsewhere as well, given, you know, the multi-jurisdictional nature of the business. And among other things, we have had that group focus on issues like financial processing, looking at the policies and procedures, asking hard questions about how they've evolved in actual practice. So it's not just a bunch of words. And I know Rob Hoskins and I continually discuss issues like that as we look at new jurisdictions in terms of how they apply and the like. So I know that's myopically just on the payment processing issue, but I know that was a big issue in the hearing 2 years ago. And it's been an honor actually to work with this team, because it's not just a lot of words. They've really been walking those words and talk, you know, walking the talk.
I don't want to monopolize the time, but I'm asking a very specific question. So for example, the Entain Group Code of Conduct, the date I have is March 11, 2020, right? So that's the kind of question I'm asking. The anti-bribery and corruption policy, July 17, 2020. So I'm looking for that's the kind of information I'm seeking.
Rob. So the Code of Conduct was actually just updated last week. And we can send through to your investigators the updated code. So it is reviewed at least once a year. Okay. With the anti-bribery and corruption review, we've worked with Paul Hastings now for over 2 years in mapping risk, looking at best practice, understanding the risks as it attaches across the whole business. And one of the, when working with the board, I'm very conscious that we are telling regulators that we've changed, but we need to give them that extra confidence that we've changed. And that's why I propose to the board, we bring in Alvarez and Marcel to actually do a deep dive on our compliance procedures, on our governance, because they know what best practice is, what the gold standards are. And we were well on a journey, but it's a case of constantly reviewing, seeing where the gaps are. So we will have Alvarez and Marcel come back at the beginning of next year and test again where have we closed any gaps they identified as a best practice. And best practice is constantly evolving, so they can engage with us and tell us, direct us potentially on areas we may not have been aware of. So it's very much a continual process. It's not a question of let's adopt a code of conduct and then it's put in a drawer. It's reviewed by the board. It's launched across to all colleagues. And the same with the anti-bribery and corruption policy. We didn't just put it on the internet. There is training for staff. There's face-to-face training for board members, senior executives, and employees in key risk areas. And we spend a lot of time and effort looking at that. And we bring in the experts that we need. So we brought in a partner for Paul Hastings, who presented what anti-bribery best controls and practice are. And we will again bring him in to do that training at the end of this year. So it's a continual process so that people continue to understand, we're checking that people understand, but also as the standards change, as best practice adapts, we're adapting, and we're also bringing all our colleagues along with us. So that's the fundamental basis, I think, of our sustainability approach, particularly around governance.
I think one of the things we touched on in the presentation was, I think we're probably one of the first in the world as a company to introduce bonus metrics for our executives around responsible gambling. So this is about, we don't just measure people by how much money they make for us, which is typically how organizations tend to work. What we're actually saying is we want to see the difference you make in delivering the sustainable environment for our customers. So they've got specifically things they have to deliver in order to earn that part of their bonus. So Yetta, our chief executive, part of her bonus will be around the progress we make on this journey. So we don't just bother about the bottom line. So it actually hits our employees' pockets if they don't do what we want them to do. So we're leading in this kind of field, but it's something that we really will make happen by embedding it deep into the organization. Linking it to remuneration is a very good way of making sure people's attention are focused on the things that you want them to achieve. So that's how we kind of work.
Thank you. I'll turn it over to my colleagues. Member Watkins, Katsaros, questions?
Thank you. Thank you, Chair Gibson. I wanted to talk, I wanted to also talk on the, just sort of the global business too. We were talking just a minute ago on the various new committees that you have and some of the new things that you've established. That was excellent to get all of this on the record, because all of this is going to help me get to a point where I can make a better decision on things here. But I did want to pivot a little bit to the operational side of things. So unless Member Watkins had further questions on the corporate governance side, I didn't want to pivot just yet, Chair Gibson. So I'll leave that to you guys.
My questions are related to operational as well.
Okay. Then if you don't mind, I'll just proceed on that front. If we could, and perhaps Chair Gibson from Entain, whoever's going to field it from your side, Ms. Niger.
I'm going to field the questions and I'll pass them out to my colleagues. So the more difficult the questions are, they'll get passed out much more quickly.
Okay, in our football world, you're the quarterback then, got it. So let's just talk about your global operations right now. It seemed your roots for Entain were in the online space. That's changed over the past many years, where you have a huge presence brick and mortar as well now. But I wanted to talk about the landscape that you have across the world with your operations, because as I understand right now, it seems most of your brick and mortar would be, say, UK, Italy, perhaps Belgium based. I'm not sure if you have anything in Germany. I don't know what you have in the US. So I want to just get a global understanding of how your operations are set up. Then I'll also want to understand the relationship that you have with MGM and via BetMGM.
Okay. You're quite right. Our heritage as the old GVC business was very much in online. It was one of the early pioneers in the .com revolution in the early noughties. As we've grown and developed, we acquired Ladbrokes and Coral in the UK, which gave us a big land-based presence in traditional betting shops. We believe, though, that the future is going to be more and more online. So we don't have any specific plans to move into other brick and mortar, as you described them, venues. However, sometimes when acquisitions present themselves, they come as a mixed portfolio of businesses. So we're currently, for example, and it's public knowledge, we're in process in Australia to take a bigger market stake, and that will bring with it more brick and mortar retail. But we still believe that the long-term strategic direction the organization will be based around online, but omni-channel, as we call it, has its place in specific markets. So we recently launched in, I think, Colombia, in Latin America. That's an online business, and we would have no intentions of going into brick and mortar. In the US, our only interest is with BetMGM, so with the MGM organization, and that, of course, is all online. So the future for us is very much about online, but there will still be opportunities that we will find ourselves presented with, which on a case by case we may look at them. But fundamentally, we're an online business, and that's where we see the future growth. And we see the brick and mortar in the United Kingdom business tailing off over the next 5, 10, 15 years, just as it's happening in traditional high street retail. The consumer is moving in that direction. We will move in that direction as well.
Do you think in the UK in particular, that's largely a function of the limits on the FOBTs, the machines that you have there, or do you think or is that just a component of the decline?
That's just a component. Rob Wood behind me runs our retail business, so he's probably better able to say where the components are effective. But FOBTs is one component of a bigger market shift. Rob?
Sure, I can add a bit more colour. So yeah, firstly, when we think about our retail estates, we're in 4 different countries. The UK is easily the largest, then Italy, then Belgium, then Republic of Ireland. And within the UK, you're referencing the change in regulation for the gaming machines that came in, I think it was 1st of April 2018. And that did have a material impact on the gaming machines, but we've fully annualized that now. And our expectation for revenues in retail over the next few years, at best flat. Maybe if we just think about the industry as a whole rather than our own shops, at best flat, maybe a little bit of gentle decline as our chairman has mentioned, as business migrates more and more to the online environment. So retail it's X growth, but nonetheless, there's some interesting innovations. We're still investing in retail, still investing in new self-service betting terminals. We're investing in new screen systems for watching sport. We've invested in a new till system and new gaming cabinets as well. So it's still a large and interesting market for us. But clearly, if you roll the clock forward 10 years from now, there'll be less revenue, less customers in the retail environment, and ever more online.
And so if I understand you correctly, then in Australia, for instance, you don't have a brick and mortar or a retail component there.
Not today. Not today. What our chairman was referencing is a business that we're looking at potentially acquiring that would come with some retail. But today we have no retail in Australia.
Okay. And if we stick with Australia for a moment, then your presence there, is that countrywide? I'm not exactly sure how the regulations work in the different provinces there.
Yes, it is. Yeah, we have 2 brands in Australia working company-wide.
Okay. And they cover the entire country. So you're not restricted from offering those services countrywide.
Correct.
Okay. If we look back at Europe now, there's been a lot of discussion during our last meeting, as well as your involvement in all the various EU related countries. Is it fair to say that most of the concerns with the discussion around whether or not an entity like yourself has the ability to provide services across the single market concept across the EU, or are there still lingering questions and concerns? I would say concerns, that might be a bit harsh. Are there any, apart from the Austrian matter that's ongoing, are there any similar type of cases that are ongoing where there's a question whether or not you're able to provide those services EU-wide?
Rob?
So Robert Hoskin for the record. Just I think what you're seeing, which I recall referring to back in 2 years ago when we were before the board, a number of countries in the EU have now really sort of caught up with online gambling. I think Germany's the perfect example. After years of grappling with regulation and there being legal challenges which stalled the process, you saw Germany successfully launch its sports betting licensing in September, October last year. We received 4 of the first 15 licenses and moved to operate under those licenses straight away. As part of that process, Germany is also addressing the online gaming phenomenon and looking with a new state treaty coming in July this year to offer licenses for slots and poker. In the interval, from sports betting licenses coming in to online gaming being licensed, they are requiring operators to comply with a toleration program for gaming, which has required us to put in certain restrictions around our poker and slots offerings, and also to terminate our online casino table games, such as roulette, which we have done. And I think Germany just demonstrates that after years of operators navigating through the difficulties with German regulation and how it worked or didn't work in relation to Germany's obligations to the European Union and the principles there, we've finally come out at the right spot. The Netherlands is another example where after a long period of time, the Netherlands has now started the licensing process. So these issues are diminishing. Austria is going through a process of reviewing its gambling laws. We would hope and would obviously input into that process to see them follow a similar route to the Netherlands and Germany. So these issues are reducing as countries in Europe, particularly those EU member states, are adopting new regulation which is sympathetic to their EU commitments.
So asked another way, then, you have not seen an EU country then recently take the contrarian view that no, you shall not operate in our country, apart from perhaps the Austrian example. We're not seeing a new country like Germany pop up right now, or the Netherlands of old, stating that no, you do not have the ability to operate in our market.
There are still, unfortunately, certain countries, they tend to be in Eastern Europe. Hungary is probably the best example, where their laws are not compliant with EU obligations. And we and other operators actually took the Hungarian authorities to court and won, and they have not sought to come back with any sort of enforcement action. And again, we would hope that Hungary would respect its European Union obligations, and as other states have demonstrated, adopt fair regulation that other operators can then apply for licenses and move into that regulated environment.
Okay, I think Hungary has always taken that stance, though, so I wouldn't classify that one as a new one. I was looking for anybody new that's popped up, because I've not had my ear to the ground there in a while. But I did want to talk about Germany, so I'm glad you brought that up. So with sports betting now, do you have the ability to provide those services to every state in Germany, or did certain states have the ability to opt out of offering or allowing for that activity to occur?
So all 16 states signed up to the treaty. So we offer into the 16 states, and we are compliant with the license obligations, and that business over the short term has taken a bit of a commercial hit, but over the long term, everyone at Entain realized it was the right thing to move with the regulatory climate, get the licenses, and it puts us in a far more stable position going forward, and it fits exactly with the Entain regulatory strategy.
So for the with the casino offerings then online there, the fact that you're not offering table type of products there, it would seem to your credit, you're being a good corporate citizen in listening to their verbal wishes as opposed to what might be contrary to EU law as well. Would that be a fair assessment?
Correct. It's a long-term principle. We need to follow it, in just for the fact we've got the sports betting licenses. I think over the short term, the frustration is there are a lot of operators out there who are not following the toleration regime, have not turned off casino table games, and it's over the short term an uncompetitive environment, not a particularly fair one. But sometimes when countries move into that regulatory model, there is a disruption to sort of the market, and we've seen it before. We weathered it before, and we're into the German market over the long term. So we want to get the licenses, we want to operate under the licenses, including the gaming licenses. And if there is a short-term commercial impact, then we will weather it. And longer term, we'll have a far more sustainable revenue stream coming from Germany.
And then if we shift back over to Holland or the Netherlands, is it accurate that you're in the process of obtaining a license or I don't know if you even have the ability to obtain yet, but is that your intent to do so?
So we will apply for a license this year, and we will move to a regulated, domestically licensed setup for the Netherlands.
Have they opened that up then for you to be able to apply?
So they've opened it up last month.
Okay. Is there a reason why you haven't filed just yet, or is it just a function
So
of?
There is a slight delay before we can formally apply. I think it's recorded in the documentation that we gave to your investigators, but just like a number of other operators, we were fined for a breach of the Dutch toleration policy, I think in 2019, for using what the Dutch authority thought was a Dutch focused payments option called, I think, Ideal. Other operators have been in similar positions. It means there's a delay before we can actually formally apply for the license. But we will, after that delay, I think the delay goes to the end of this year, towards the end of this year, we will file our application and look to obviously get a license probably in early 2022, and then operate purely under that Dutch license.
So the record's clear then, you've sort of been put in a penalty box then for a spell until such time that you'll be able to apply for a license, because they viewed your marketing efforts with the use of a payment service provider that was supplying things in Dutch language to be violative of their existing guidelines.
Correct. Toleration regimes can be tricky to navigate because obviously they're not prescriptive regulation as such. And the Dutch toleration regime in relation to that particular area has been challenging for all operators, and a number of operators have been put in a similar position to us. But yes, we're in a penalty box for a period. Okay.
And then going back over to the United States now, I think I've got a clear understanding there. Your sports betting in nearly every market that offers it now, as well as have operations throughout the other 3 or 4, I should say, 4 of the 5 online gaming markets. Is that correct? New Jersey, Pennsylvania, Michigan. I'm missing one. Yeah.
West Virginia.
West Virginia. Thank you. Not Delaware.
That's correct. MDM, and excuse me, this is Jette Nygaard for the records. That's correct. We're live in 12 states. They all have online sports betting. In addition, 4 states where where BetMGM offers iGaming.
And your relationship with MGM via BetMGM, what does that allow for?
Yeah, it's very strong. You are, of course, aware that they made an attempt to marry us back in January, and we were very flattered that they wanted to do that. They didn't quite have the tempting offer in terms of the kind of house they were going to give us and what kind of present we would get when we got married to them. So we decided that we'd continue our engagement with them and develop BetMGM. We held the first joint public markets day in April, where we presented to the investor world the excitement of the US market and why the combination of MGM and Entain was going to become the #1 in the market. Rob will tell you some of the numbers, and that was very well received by the market. So we were flattered that they approached us. We get on incredibly well with them. I speak to my opposite number, the chairman of MGM Resorts, and every couple of months or so. And we will wait and see. But at the moment, we're in a very happy engagement. Rob, do you want to talk some numbers in terms of the investor day we did in April?
Very happy to. So some of the key numbers that we put out there were an expectation that we could deliver a market share in the US of between 20 and 25%. So clearly that's a podium result, so at least a top 3 operator in the US. And right now, if you look at the most recent month's data, we think we're number 2. So we can deliver what we say. We're already in that market share range. Another key number that we fed to the market was next year, 2022, we think we can do north of 1 billion of revenue from our BetMGM business. So that business is performing particularly well. And the idea of the investor event was to help people understand how it's doing well, what our competitive advantages are, and give confidence that we can continue to be a key operator and indeed turn revenues into profits. Because right now, all the leading operators are incurring losses as we build the businesses. So there comes a point where you have to turn revenue into profits, and we wanted to give confidence that we'll be able to do that as well.
Okay. So as you grow, when you were making the analogy there, Mr. Gibson, about the the offer and the wedding, I just had a thought bubble of me chasing my wife down, and I think she said something like Neville Chamberlain said, "If you don't succeed, try again." I did just that, but nevertheless, as far as your relationship though, as it continues on in the U.S., is there any ability for you as Entain to enter into new markets in North America, be it Canada, U.S., without your partnership, or was that part of your agreement? If you're not at liberty to discuss this either, don't feel.
No, I can't. Effectively, in the United States, it's a solo relationship that we've agreed that we will only work with MGM in the United States, and they'll only work with us. Canada is a different issue. It's not part of the joint venture. However, we are currently exploring whether we go in with the joint venture into Canada with them, whether we go in as Entain, or whether we do both, because there are opportunities to do both, because the brands that we have can work well in the Canadian market, and we definitely think that the MGM brand can work well in the Canadian market. But Canada is not included in the joint venture, but we're having very constructive engagements with MGM about just how we would do that. But fundamentally, the answer to your question is we're exclusive with MGM in the United States, and we're very happy being like that.
Okay. You mentioned 100 markets that you got out of. Generally speaking, we don't need to go through the whole list. I assume that includes some states within countries as well, then, in order to get that level to that large of a number. But if we look at the map of the world, are we talking primarily Africa, Latin America? Perhaps Asia?
I'll take that. Robert Hoskin for the record. So there were a small number of countries in Europe. So Norway, Bosnia. Norway is a market that a number of international operators have been in and continue to be in. But it was clear that the regulatory direction that Norway is going in wasn't one where we were in the period to 2023 likely to get licensed. So we decided to turn it off.
Educate me here. Is Norway EU or EEA?
EEA.
Okay.
Yeah.
So did it have to do with the perhaps informal EEA type of provisions there that didn't allow you to proceed in your view?
So we could run the legal arguments still, and other international operators are, but I think with the Entain regulatory strategy, we want to move away from necessarily continually playing those battles. We want to give stakeholders, not least regulators, comfort and take away some of the complexity around regulatory issues. Going back to your question, there were a whole host of markets in Africa and areas in the Middle East we pulled out of, some countries in the Latin America area. And it meant that we closed down approximately 100 markets towards the end of 2020.
Okay. Yeah, I just wanted to get clear-headed around that number when it was thrown out there, where a chunk of that was coming from. So basically, mostly non-EU countries, as you just laid out a couple of them, and then
Right.
Africa, Middle East, perhaps some others. Latin America, you mentioned. Okay. Look, I don't want to dominate all the time either, but I did want to get a global view for the benefit of myself, my colleagues, and the record. I think I've got a better understanding on where things are at today with your operation. So I'll yield back for now, Chair Gibson, but I would have some further questions.
Member Watkins, do you have any questions in this regard?
Yeah, it's just a few follow-up questions. I've read the reports from a couple of years ago, and the reports that we have in front of us. If you can expand a little bit about your current operations in unregulated markets and your plans there, I'd appreciate that.
Our operations in unregulated markets. Sorry, Member Watkins, did you say our operations in unregulated markets?
Correct.
Yeah. Who wants to take that, Rob? Markets are we still in? Is Canada one of the unregulated markets?
Yeah, so the way we address it under the Entain strategy is we're in markets where we have a domestic license, and we've kept open markets where we can see that those countries are moving towards their own domestic license regimes. We're also in a small number of markets where we are exploring whether we can partner with a land-based operator, as we've done with MGM to create BetMGM. And by 2023, in relation to those regulating markets, if they haven't regulated, frustrating as it is, we will shut them down. We think 2023 gave us the runway for those markets to move. Quite often, and you'll see it with countries like Brazil, they indicate and actually pass the sort of initial regulation to move to a domestic regulatory environment. But there can be delays politically. It can be general elections, it can be reviews, it can be delays in setting up the regulator. And unfortunately, recently, over the last sort of 14, 15 months, COVID-19 has delayed the process as governments have had to focus on more on the emergency surrounding the pandemic. So we would say with examples like Brazil, they should be moving into a position where they can offer licenses in 2022. Countries like Austria are doing a review of their regulatory environment. And again, just as we've seen with Germany, we would hope that these countries by 2023 would have launched regulatory environments where we can apply for licenses, receive those licenses, and then move to that regulated environment.
Okay, so am I correct in understanding it that the 2023 timeline is related to the effects of the pandemic and the potential for those markets to be regulated based on occurrences that have happened in the last year?
Yes, it's basically giving time for those regulatory environments that we can see, those regulatory discussions that we can see that have started to pan out and land on regulation. But we're not going to leave that window open indefinitely. So we've decided in 2023, for those markets which haven't moved to that domestic regulation position, then we will come out of those markets.
Can you give me an example? You're saying that they've moved toward regulations. Can you talk more about that in more concrete terms?
Canada, an example?
Yep, so you've got Canada at the moment, which Martin can talk to in much greater depth, but Canada, having been quite a quiet market, they've not taken really enforcement action or not sought to take action against offshore operators who were offering into their territory, have now started, particularly with Ontario, looking to introduce their own licensing regimes. So Canada, end of 2021, beginning of 2022, is on timetable for introducing regulation. You look at Brazil, I've mentioned 2022, quite delayed, but you're looking at 2022.
The Netherlands, we've already spoken about, where the Netherlands is in that process, so it will become regulated in 2022.
There are countries like New Zealand where they've expressly told us that they don't have an issue with an offshore operator offering to New Zealand citizens, as long as we don't expressly market to New Zealanders. However, we would still like New Zealand to move to a regulatory environment, and we'll obviously engage through industry associations, through our lawyers, to see if that is a possibility before the end of 2023. But if New Zealand by the end of 2023 hasn't introduced regulation, despite the fact New Zealand hasn't shown any interest in enforcing against offshore operators, we will pull out of that market.
Martin, anything you want to add?
By my Martin Lechka, for the record, the same goes for a number of jurisdictions in Latin America, for example, the likes of Chile, Peru, Bolivia, that have all publicly announced their intention to regulate. So on the back of that, me and the team and the wider Entain organization has engaged with these future regulators and the governments to provide our reviews on the best practices, and of course help them to the extent we can get their regulations in the safest and most sustainable way over the line, so that indeed we can pursue our overall regulatory strategy in those markets as well. So that would be additional examples of jurisdictions.
And how long do you anticipate that would take if you were to say determine that, you know, these regulations in 2023 aren't coming anytime soon? You know, how long do you anticipate that would take?
So we're constantly monitoring the environment through local law firms, through trade associations, through various intelligence avenues. And we will, as I said, engage with the sort of lobbying process to try and get regulation introduced by that date. And we're constantly reviewing the position. So, you know, as we saw with Norway, where there doesn't seem to be any indication that they're going to embrace offshore operators with a domestic license regime we can work under, then we will just close that market. So with those other markets that Martin's referred to, I've referred to, we'll monitor development, but in 2023, if we haven't got the results, if we haven't got the license relationships, the domestic licenses, we will shut those markets.
One of the things I would say is that, and it's not your fault, is that because of the pandemic, our investigators were not able to travel to your headquarters as they normally would. They normally would have traveled to London and Gibraltar, and they would have gone through documentation, looked at it. They would have gone to other jurisdictions that might have been problematic and gone through records that might not be digitized, and just really shored up this investigation. And so as a consequence, we're dealing with a sort of we presume or take everything on good faith. I think our investigators did a fine job, but there are some limitations to the way that we can investigate a company like yours under just given COVID. With that, and with the fact that it's such a new, these structures are so new, these policies are relatively new. Your Nevada compliance committee is, I think it feels like still sort of becoming implemented into the company. And there are questions about the degree to which and size of contracts that they're able to review the types of items they review. I mean, traditionally, compliance committees can see everything from vendor agreements to, I mean, you name it, soup to nuts, and your company's massive. Dennis Nylander, I have great faith in him. I have nothing but respect for the work that you've done with your company. You have an outstanding new board, an outstanding new set of policies and procedures, and an outstanding set of new compliance protocol in place. It's a very strong new company, but I'm still a little hesitant based on our investigative limitations, and two, the newness of all this, to just untether everything and just recommend licensing without some limitation. I pull it back from the discussion. We've sort of dug in as much as we can, really, it seems. And I'd ask my colleagues what their thoughts are.
Sure, I can share my thoughts. I did have a few more questions, though.
Please.
Okay, so if we could, just along the questioning that Member Watkins was following there, I did want to round that out. Revenues for Entain, 99% of those come from regulated markets, I think was the representation, correct?
Regulated, domestically regulated, and markets that are in the process of regulating, yes.
Okay, sorry, I missed the second part. Okay, well, that aside, and you're telegraphing that 2023, if some of these markets, and we have a list of them, or at least I understand there's a list that you have of them, you're going to exit those markets if by that date they haven't gotten into a regulated type of environment. Why is 2023 a magic number? And why at that point, if you'll feel it's inappropriate, then is it not now? So I'm trying to square all of that with the mantra of the company, which is we're only going to operate in regulated markets. That's what we're going to do. We're in the transitionary period right now where there's some markets we're not quite sure about, but 2023 is the magic number where we're going to deem them inappropriate, perhaps. So help me square that in my head.
So those regulating markets are markets where there is tangible evidence that those markets are moving. They've made public statements. Those markets are moving and looking to introduce local licenses. The reason for 2023 is because it does take time for those licenses, for those regulatory regimes to be implemented, and for licenses and the license process to be opened, and for companies, operators such as ourselves, to go through that license process. So, just as I mentioned before with Norway, it's quite clear now as we sit here that the regulatory environment wasn't, even now by 2023, there was no sign that they were going to move to licensing offshore operators like ourselves. I can take an example as well. We're constantly reviewing this. So Russia is another market where we had a sports betting license relationship, a Russian sports betting license relationship, a relationship with a land-based Russian casino. But the commercial changes and the regulatory environment in Russia is changing. And we are reviewing our position on Russia. I have a meeting next week with the regulatory team, and we may decide that on the intelligence, on the information we have, having reviewed the options, that we have to just close that market because there's no prospect that it's going to introduce licenses for offshore operators like ourselves anytime soon. So we're not necessarily waiting till 2023 for all these markets to suddenly move in. We're keeping it under surveillance, and it just means that markets may change, dynamics may change, political environments may change, and we need to keep that under review. And we may come out of those markets earlier than 2023. If we're exploring a relationship with a land-based casino, for instance, in a jurisdiction, and those discussions unfortunately get frustrated, we can't take them any further, we will stop offering into that market. We will close that market. And it won't be a case of waiting till 2023. there is no prospect. So we look at each of these markets, and as I said, we are reviewing them on a continuous basis, and then reviewing our decision. And as the chairman said, in relation to new markets, my regulatory team can't go into those new markets unless we make the case to the board that we've got the legitimate right to do so. We can go in with a license, we can go in with a licensed partner, or indeed we're acquiring potentially a third-party company which has licenses in those jurisdictions.
Okay, well, thank you for that explanation on that, because I was grappling with that. I wanted to ask that, but I wanted to get through my understanding of all your various operations there. I will say, in my personal view, that seems to be a prudent type of an approach. So it doesn't seem as if 2023 is a magic number, because like you said, to your credit, if you deem the prospect to be, gone sooner than that, then you have that option and you would move forward with exiting those markets. On the flip side of that, I suspect at the end of 2023, if a particular market is getting close, you'll just continue on then. So there is some flexibility there. Would that be accurate?
We would have to review it, but I'm very conscious the board will, hold my feet to the fire that they're not going to continuously extend, because we made these public commitments, and they do sort of fall apart if you say, oh, we've made this exception, etc. So it will depend on the individual market and the particular factors. But the team's working on the basis that 2023 is that dead date, it's the deadline. But as mentioned earlier, we may pull out of markets earlier than that if we feel the prospects for those markets don't really justify us continuing up until 2023.
So if I look around the world, and in particular, these markets that we're talking and referring to as being gray, is there any individual market that you feel that you are currently operating in or serving to that you would deem to be illegal?
No, there's no market that I would say that's the case.
And in each of those edge cases, do you have legal opinions or legal analysis to support your decision to continue to serve those markets?
Correct. And we keep developments under review. And if we need to go to third-party independent regulatory counsel for a jurisdiction to get a new opinion, then we will do that.
And that's part of your normal function of vetting the various markets?
Correct. So as part of the Russian review, we've taken recently in the last month, we've got an updated legal opinion. So it's a constant process, and just keeping on top of the surveillance, the latest information, and then reviewing our decision on a particular market.
Okay. No, I can understand it as a full-time job in that regard. And that's where my question was coming from originally on the regulatory compliance staffing that you have, separating that from the AML. So those reports or those opinions that you get, are those then shared with the compliance committee before it goes on to the board of directors? Well, I guess I'm interchanging two different things. New markets go to board of directors. For new markets, do those analyses go to the compliance committee first and then the board of directors? What's the chain there?
So where we're in existing markets, unless there's a material change, which we will not go to the compliance committee or the board. The board understand what markets we're in. We gave them an update only last week. And in relation to the compliance committee, whether it's the Nevada compliance committee, whether it's the executive compliance committee, any of these compliance committees can see any of the legal opinions that we have. And if there are particular developments in markets, then we will discuss it in the relevant committee and take direction from the committee as to the next steps.
Okay. And then just real quick, a couple of other points. Gibraltar, well, Brexit, Gibraltar, is it accurate? You've had to shift around some things in order to comply with EU law given Brexit?
Correct. So some of the European markets, such as Germany, such as Austria, we've had to move those businesses off the Gibraltar license onto our Malta licenses because Malta remains in the EU and Gibraltar came out of the EU. It's less of an issue now as Germany's regulating, Netherlands is regulating, to my point earlier on, that this reliance on an EU license is becoming less important.
And then there was a flap in Gibraltar. I'm not sure if that you're able to discuss that publicly or not. A fine that you had received there.
So in Gibraltar, yeah, I can discuss that. In Gibraltar, the Gibraltar Gambling Commission decided to carry out a thematic review of all operators, and it resulted in Entain and other operators entering into regulatory settlement agreements with Gibraltar, and we continue to liaise with Gibraltar. They seem comfortable that in relation to the weaknesses they identified through the thematic review, that those gaps have been closed, and they will continue to monitor all the operators in our jurisdiction to ensure that those gaps remain shut, and to the extent regulation changes, evolves, that we change our standards to stay in step with those changes in the regulation and the expectations of the regulator.
Was there a particular review period under which they were identifying gaps?
So they started the process in August 2019 and concluded it in December 2020.
Was it back-looking though? Was it looking back prior to 2019?
Correct.
Okay. And then real brief on Greece, that's still outstanding. Seems there's a escrow account of sort that's being funded until such time there's a resolution.
Yes, so we've paid all the outstanding audited tax number, and it's in their bank account. We have launched a legal action about that assessment and the legitimacy of that assessment, and that's working its way through the court process.
Okay. I didn't have any further questions at this time, Chair Gibson.
Okay. Member Watkins, do you have any additional questions?
No further questions, thank you.
Okay.
Chair Gibson, this is Mark Clayton for the record. May I at least comment on the suggestion of a possible continuation of the limited license for this company?
Yes, please.
During, obviously, COVID had its limitations or versus the normal process, but I think having lived directly through this investigation, the agents from Chief Labadie all the way down to Sean Crowley have done an exemplary job. They've investigated to the full extent, had full access to everything as remotely and digitally as if they had been in person. We've had and if we rewind back to the 2019 process, the point is I believe this is as robust of investigation as any company would have pre or post COVID pandemic. Secondly, we've, got the Nevada, going back to the 2019, there was an issue identified with how certain payment processes were onboarded and maintained by the company. And the 2-year limitation of my interpretation was that was for the company to prove that it has addressed the payment processing concerns that the 2019 board and commission have. I think it is very clear from the materials provided and both during the investigation and this presentation that the company not only addressed payment processing, but they went above and beyond and used this opportunity to relook at governance in total and have enhanced it. For example, the elevation of Rob Hoskin up to the chief governance officer, the elevation of him to the board of directors. And, not only though did the company stop and say on its laurels around payment processing, it went further and it's done that. And as Rob said, that is going to be a continuous process. They could have easily ginned up some report, put a date on it, and stuck it in a drawer and did nothing with it. This company did not do that. It's embedded throughout the organization. And then when Rob and I were 12 months ago talking about this, we were trying to prove, how do we get the board comfortable that this is not just window dressing? These are not just plans put in on the desk and forgotten about. And so the company engaged Alvarez Marcel, an independent consultant. They went, they have looked at the payment processing, AML, and the anti-bribery and corruption program. And they've come back and said, tone from the top, perfect. It flows down. There's the technology and human resources throughout the organization. And that they've said that, they've got all the key components. They have a compliant framework. And that process, as Rob indicated, is going to continue. There's a continuous improvement. Every year, programs are going to be updated. So it's a continuous circle. And I believe they've achieved the objective. And I don't believe it's warranted to continue to put a further limitation on this. And the board has all of the authority for any licensee under the Gaming Control Act. So if there's ever a time any licensee stubs its toes, there are consequences for that. And my other clients, as you well know, have experienced that. So I don't think that there's a reason to put a limitation on this. I think the company's achieved all that it's needed to achieve and satisfied the burden that it was and the trust that the board and the commission placed in it by licensing it in 2019.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Clayton.
Can I interject, Chair Gibson?
Yes, please.
I guess I'll start out with my headline, before I get into my thought processes. But I was similarly thinking of a limitation, Mr. Clayton. And I will say at the onset, just my overall observation of the approach that's been taken right now, aside from, and I'll get into some of that, what I view to be some systemic changes that have taken place now within the company, but just the overall observation of what I've seen today and what I firmly believe is a different company here. The approach that you and your clients have taken at this hearing in order to address all of our concerns, I mean, you nailed it. Okay, I mean, it's like night and day from what I would have viewed a couple of years ago. The tone, the approach, you can feel that the environment is different at this company as well, and it comes out very clearly in our materials and our reports and our investigation that was done. I've got an open mind here on that, but I'm very firmly on thinking a limitation is appropriate. I mean, what I'm looking at is a company that needed to turn the ship. It's a big ship, right? It needs to take a wide turn here, but it does seem they've taken an aggressive approach in proactively addressing all of the concerns. We just haven't had a lot of runway to analyze that just yet, because a lot of these things that we've been discussing here have been newly instituted. And I can sort of look beyond the legacy issues that were there, but only to the extent that I know that the new measures that have been implemented fully correct those and have fully corrected those concerns. And because we only have a couple of years here, frankly, not even in some cases, that's what sort of, I don't want to say gives me a pause, but that's what leads me to come to the conclusion that limitation perhaps is the right way. And then if I layer on top of that, we got a couple of new things to consider as well with the HMRC, which I don't expect that to be resolved anytime soon, although it could be. We've got a new fine, as we were talking about, in Gibraltar. Nobody's immune from fines in our industry, especially a huge global company like yourself. But again, just drawing upon the legacy issues of the past, the fact that we have the newness of the committees and the new processes in place, and we've only had a couple of years to really understand whether or not those are firmly cemented within the organization. That's where it leads me to conclude that a limitation is appropriate.
What are your thoughts, Member Watkins?
I'm in the same boat. I would like to commend the company for the new vision and new leadership policies, committees, the technological enhancements to help with safer gaming. And as the company is expanding rapidly, the focus on diversity and inclusion, those are some of the good things I see. But I am similarly concerned with the newness of the institution of these policies and would like to make sure that there is a certain cultural change in the company. And I just don't know that there has been enough time to see that. So, and given the ongoing investigations with, as Member Katsaros said, with the HMRC and the recency of this overhaul, which again, I would like to commend. I do see the changes as well. I think limitations are appropriate.
So 2023, what is the date by which December 31? Is that your commitment to be out of the gray markets by that point?
It is, yes. That's the deadline date.
And Chair Gibson, in terms of a limitation, I was look, having a limited time on the applied to the license approval, really it's not a bad thing, but it does give us extra sort of reassurance here that we're going to be able to fully look at these things. Mr. Clayton mentioned the fact that even if we remove that limitation, we would still have the regulatory authority to take action, sanction, what have you, as a licensee. But before I get to that point, I was looking at a limitation. What I wanted to mention was 2 years is typical. Perhaps that might be too short. A 3-year in this case, I would be open to discussion on that as well. But I wouldn't suggest anything beyond it.
All right, well, December 31, 2023 is when we could take a hard look at that point and beyond. So you want to try to craft a motion?
Yeah, certainly. So if the will of the chair is if we're looking, I wasn't looking to peg it to any date with regard to their internal operations. I was looking at either May of 2023 or May of 2024. I didn't know if Mr. Clayton or Ms. Okerberg had any commentary on one of those options.
I think, obviously, I think the 3-year limitation, and just tie it back into the May 2020, I guess it would be what, 24 agenda would make sense. And the only thing I would suggest, Member Katsaros and Chief Lobby's on the line, so he can obviously chime into it. We had previously had language in there around the limitation. I think it created some administrative issues. So I would suggest that the limitation that would be in the order would be limited to the applications that are before the board and the commission at this hearing. And for example, there's Roar Digital BetMGMs listed in the order of registration. I don't think anything in this hearing is impacting the separate licensing of BetMGM. So I think we just need to be a little bit more precise in the wording of this before. So if that's the case, it would be add a new paragraph. The approvals, or the licenses, registrations, and approvals granted by the commission in its May 2021 hearing will expire, May 2024. So we're just precise that we're only limiting the licenses or the applications that are before the board and the commission today.
Do we have Dag McKellar on?
I can jump in, Member Katsaros. I think what you want to do is when you make the motion, you can refer to the limitation and we'll do a draft 2 of the order. And we can work on the language in the order outlined by Mr. Clayton. That'll work. So when you make the motion, just mention the limitation. It'll be pursuant to draft 2, and then we'll put the condition in there, and we'll work with Mr. Clayton to get the language squared away.
Okay, so stated another way, it's going to be draft 2 that you'll then craft with Mr. Clayton, but the limitation language would be unchanged as per normal.
Correct.
Okay.
And then Member Katsaros and Chair Gibson, if I could, just for the record, non-restricted item number 2 is the shelf approval for Entain. And just for the sake of the record, there are no plans to utilize the shelf, but we just wanted to have it for the typical financial flexibility if and when the need arose during the next 3 years.
So in that regard, Chief Lobby, is that going to be a draft number 2 as well, since there needs to be the updated 3-year, or no?
No, it's a 3-year approval already, so it just
Already.
expire on its own terms.
Correct.
Got it. So it is draft number 1. Okay, thank you.
Right. But I don't believe that's been read into the record yet, so we'll have to.
I believe
Mrs.
it has.
Okay, I'm sorry.
Okay. Please, if you're willing. Go ahead.
Okay, and with that, I will make a motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to draft number 2 of the company's second revised order of registration, subject to a 3-year limitation due to expire at midnight on the day of the regularly scheduled Nevada Gaming Commission held in May of 2024.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye,
Chair Gibson,
Aye. Thank you.
and I'll take the shelf offering. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 2 as read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to draft number 1 of the company's shelf order.
Okay.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. Thank you for appearing. Appreciate your time.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's take a 10-minute break. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Chair Gibson, we are ready whenever you are.
Okay, I am ready.
Would you like me to read non-restricted number 3?
Yes, please. Please do.
Non-restricted number 3 are the applications of Genting Berhad for a finding of suitability as sole shareholder and for an amendment to their order of registration as noted on the agenda. It is also the applications of Sushana Dutas SDN BHD, Peak Avenue Limited, Genting Assets Inc., and RWLV Holdings LLC for registration as an intermediary company, a finding of suitability as a shareholder, sole member, sole manager, and or licensure as a sole member as noted on the agenda. Are the applications of Resorts World Las Vegas LLC doing business as Resorts World Las Vegas for a non-restricted gaming license, licensure to conduct off-track pari-mutuel race wagering, operate gaming salons, and as a manufacturer and distributor. Lastly, you have the applications of Kok Thay Lim, Kong Heng Tan, Kyung Hu Lim, Scott Martin Sabella, and Peter James Lavoie for a finding of suitability as a director and or licensure as an officer, key executive, or sole manager as noted on the agenda.
Okay, welcome. And please state your names for the record, if you would.
Thank you. Good morning, or good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaris, Member Watkins. For the record, I am Mark Clayton, outside gaming counsel to the company, and also with me is my colleague, Erica Oakberg. From Genting and Resorts, present are the following applicants: Tanshri KT Lim, Keon Hyung Huey Lim, Kong Han Tan, Scott Sabella, and Peter Lavoie. Also, Yi Fun Wong, who is the Genting CFO, will provide first a Genting Berhad update. Also, Gerald Gardner, who is Senior Vice President and General Counsel for Resorts World Las Vegas, and Tanya Henderson, Vice President of Compliance for Resorts World Las Vegas, are also present and will be available for any questions. As previously detailed by the Executive Secretary, we are before you today regarding the licensing of Resorts World Las Vegas. As far as today's affirmative presentation, Genting Berhad's Chairman, Tanshri Lim, will provide introductory remarks. Then Ms. Wong will provide a brief Genting Berhad update. Then turning to the main event, Mr. Sabella will speak about the Resorts World Las Vegas. And we also have Mr. Lavoie, who will provide a brief financial overview of the Resorts World project. Administratively, we will have 2 PowerPoint presentations, which will show on the screen. Separately, Mr. Lavoie will have we've provided to you, and you should have a short, brief financial presentation, which, because the company is not public, contains confidential information. So we will not show that on the screen, but again, you should have copies of that. And we would ask that those materials that Mr. Lavoie will speak to remain confidential and not be made part of the public record. Okay, with that, I will now turn the presentation over to Tanshri Lim.
Welcome, Mr. Lim.
Thank you. Good morning, Chair Gibson and Member Katsaros and Member Watkins. I am Katie Lim, the Chairman and Chief Executive of Genting Berhad. It is a pleasure to be before the Nevada Gaming Control Board again. Shortly, we will be presenting the Resorts World Las Vegas Casino Resort in more detail. But first, I wanted to note the importance of today in Genting Group's history. In 1963, my father, the late Tanshri Lim Gotong, who founded the Genting Group, was inspired to build a mountain holiday resort for all Malaysians to enjoy. Work started in 1965, and in 1971, Genting Berhad opened the first Resorts World property with a 200-room hotel. Now, 50 years later, we are on the cusp of opening our latest Resorts World property with 3,500 hotel rooms. From its humble beginnings, the company has diversified and grown into a multinational conglomerate. Today, we are before you regarding opening Genting's resort in Las Vegas, a truly remarkable moment in the group's history. The journey for Genting started in 2013, when we acquired what was previously the Echelon site. As I stated in 2016, when we appeared before this board, our goal for Resorts World Las Vegas is to bring a new and unique entertainment destination to the Las Vegas Strip and to showcase what has made the Resorts World brand a globally recognized success. Our founder would have been truly proud of the resort we have built in Las Vegas. Resorts World Las Vegas is the first newly constructed casino resort on the Las Vegas Strip since 2010. I am thrilled that Resorts World Las Vegas will be opening its doors on 24th June 2021. And Genting will become part of Las Vegas, the entertainment destination of the world. Genting stands ready to play its part and be a responsible member of the Las Vegas community. Thank you for the opportunity to address the board. I am available if there are any questions for me. Otherwise, I would turn the presentation over to Ms. Wong Yifan, the Chief Financial Officer of Genting Berhad.
Welcome. Please go ahead.
Ms. Wong.
Good morning, Chair Gibson, Member Casaros, and Member Watkins. I am Yifan Wong, the CFO of Genting Berhad. I will present a brief update on the Genting Group since the last presentation made to this board 5 years ago. Can I have the slide on? Yeah. Okay. Slide 2. Genting's corporate structure remains substantially the same, other than the acquisition of a 49% stake in Resorts World Catskill in 2019 by Genting Malaysia Berhad. RWLB, as highlighted in yellow, is an indirect wholly owned subsidiary of Genting Berhad and is the group's third $4 billion plus integrated resort development. Next slide, please. Moving on to the financial updates. Genting Group's revenue and EBITDA are growing from 2016 until the pandemic hit in 2020. Next slide. Our group's balance sheets remains strong, evidenced by total assets and total equity of about $25 billion and $14 billion respectively in 2020. Total debt is creeping up over the period to fund the group's developments. Nevertheless, this is supported by a robust cash balance of $6.6 billion and an optimal gearing ratio. Next slide, please. Our business is globally diversified with less than 50% of revenue and earnings from Malaysia. Resorts World Sentosa in Singapore and Resorts World Genting in Malaysia are our key revenue and earnings drivers. Soon, Resorts World Las Vegas will join in. Next slide, please. Our leisure and hospitality segment has consistently contributed over 80% to the group's revenue and earnings. In year 2020, this contribution dipped to 64%, due mainly to the COVID-19 pandemic situation. Moving on to business updates. Let me begin with the group's first mountain holiday resort. Resorts World Genting Malaysia is Malaysia's premier integrated resort destination with about 10,500 rooms across 7 distinct hotels. Over the last 5 years, Resorts World Genting has steadily rolled out new attractions under its 10-year Genting Integrated Tourism Plan. Major facilities completed and opened in 2016 included the new Awana Skyway cable car. This gondola lift system can carry up to 3,600 passengers per hour with 10 passengers per gondola at maximum speed of 6 meters per second. Sky Avenue, a new shopping mall that houses over 100 brands and shops, also opened in 2016. Crawford Hotels, opened in 2017, is the only hotel in Malaysia to receive the prestigious 5-star rating by the Forbes Travel Guide for 3 consecutive years. Genting Highlands Premium Outlets, opened in 2017, is Southeast Asia's second premium outlet center and the world's first hilltop premium outlet center. It offers more than 150 designer brands and stores with savings up to 65% daily. Skytropolis, opened in 2018, is an indoor theme park that spans over 400,000 square feet, offering more than 20 new rides and entertainment for the whole family. And last but not least, Genting Sky World, the highly anticipated new outdoor theme park in Resorts World Genting, is set to open by the middle of 2021. Packed with 9 uniquely themed worlds, this 20-acre theme park will offer 26 rides and attractions. Moving on to Resorts World Sentosa, we have expanded the Sea Aquarium in 2020, home to over 100,000 marine animals of over 800 species. Sea Aquarium is among the largest aquarium in the world. The 5 years, 4.5 billion Singapore dollar mega expansion, we call it RWS 2.0, was announced in 2019 to transform Resort World Sentosa into a centerpiece of Singapore's tourism sector. Revisions to the design work of RWS 2.0, incorporating health and safety measures, are ongoing to adapt to the post-pandemic environment. Genting Singapore sold its 50% stake in Resorts World Jeju to its project partner in November 2016. On the Japan Integrated Resort opportunity, Genting Singapore continues to be engaged in its pursuit of the investment opportunity in Japan. Genting Singapore will evaluate the conditions of the request for proposal for the Japan Integrated Resort and the investment environment, as well as whether the conditions meet with its investment criteria. Next page, please. Resorts World Casino New York City broke ground in 2018 for a $400 million expansion plan, which is ongoing. The new upscale 400-room Hyatt Regency JFK and Resort World New York Hotel is on track to open in phases from the middle of 2021. Resorts World Bimini's new addition, the Beach Club, was constructed in 2019 and completed in September 2020. It is targeted to open by the middle of 2021. Next slide on the impact of the pandemic. The global tourism, leisure, and hospitality industry are among the sectors hardest hit by the COVID-19 pandemic. For the first time in our history, we had to temporarily close all our resort operations worldwide at intermittent periods in compliance with respective government directives. To protect our customers and employees, proactive implementation of stringent health and safety measures was done group-wide in compliance with government guidelines and global best practices. In such challenging times, we have remained steadfast, focused, and resilient to weather through the adversity. Adapting to this new reality required some very difficult decisions to be made that involve recalibrating operational structures, and right-sizing the workforce to ensure long-term sustainability of our leisure-based businesses. Our diversified business strategy and cost rationalization exercises helped to mitigate the adverse impact to the group's overall financial performance in 2020. If the worldwide pandemic improves, our group businesses are expected to improve in tandem. However, the ongoing concerns and uncertainties amid the fluidity of the COVID-19 situation worldwide remain a significant downside risk. Next slide. Ladies and gentlemen, that ends my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you.
And Chair Gibson now will be putting up the next presentation, and Scott Sabella, the president of Resorts World, will be the initial presenter on this.
Okay, please welcome Mr. Sabella.
Right. Okay, for the record, I'm Scott Sabella, president of Resorts World. And good afternoon, Chair Gibson, member Satros, and new member Watkins. First of all, I want to thank you and your team for all the support and guidance that you have given us throughout this project. I also want to thank Chief Barbie and his team for working with us to provide the best in class technology platform. Today, I'm honored and excited to present to you the newest, as our chairman mentioned, property on the Las Vegas Strip in over a decade. From the beginning, our goal was to create a truly integrated resort with the best in class in everything we do, with entertainment, technology, room product, and of course, the great customer service that Genting is known for. Resorts World was designed and programmed to cater to all levels of customers, from ultra luxury, luxury, premium, and even the mass market. The design and architecture of the property is over the top and will be a must-see attraction. But most importantly to us was the way we laid the property out and programmed the property. The non-gaming revenue areas will play an integral part in our success. So let's jump into the deck on page 17. This is our executive team, starting with me. I've been in the business, gaming business for over 30 years and over 20 years as a president of luxury properties on the Las Vegas Strip. I've been with Resorts World for 2 years now. I report directly to the chairman and deputy chairman, and we work closely with Kohan's team on a daily basis. As you can see, the executives at Resorts World also have extensive experience in our business as well in the Las Vegas market. We currently have over 600 employees on board and will ramp up to 5,000 employees as we get closer to the opening on June 24th. We've had over 110,000 applications, so we're excited about the employees that we can choose from. We will embrace diversity and inclusiveness in all aspects of hiring and operating our business. We're also monitoring hiring decisions, processes, and making sure we're following compliance and anti-discrimination laws. Next page. This is the layout of the property and the podium. We sit on 88 acres and we're building on 2/3 of that. We have 4 main entrances into the property, 2 off Sammy Davis, 1 off the Strip, and 1 off Genting Drive. We have 4 large porte-cocheres. 3 of them are the size of MGMs. Our total property is about 10 million square feet, and the total conditioned space is about 7 million square feet. Next page. Our casino is 117,000 square feet. We'll open with 1,400 slot machines, 117 table games, and 30 poker tables. We'll have 8 non-private salons on the casino floor, and we'll have 3 private salons on the 66th floor of the tower and 2 private salons on the 5th floor of the tower. We'll have a sports book that we will operate and oversee the trading risk and setting the line. Okay. This is a layout of the casino. The main casino is the pink area. Poker is the purple area. High limit is in the yellow area. High-end baccarat is the blue area. The 9 non-private salons are in the green area. And the private salons, as I mentioned, are in the tower on the 5th, and 66th floor. This is a rendering looking into the high limit area from the casino. We're calling this the Croxford gaming area. And this is where high limit will be in our high-end baccarat areas in Croxford gaming. Next slide. Some other renderings of the Croxford's Club. The one on the bottom is the high-end baccarat area, and that's a lounge inside the baccarat area in Croxford. As I mentioned, the private gaming areas are located in the tower. The one on the right is the on the 5th floor. There's 2 rooms there with 4 total games, and the renderings on the bottom are on the top floor, the 66th floor, with 6 total games. This is a rendering of our poker room, which is located on the casino floor. It's approximately 6,000 square feet. We'll open with 25 poker tables, and there's 2 private rooms that have 5 poker rooms inside the rooms. Next slide. We partnered with Hilton, and are using 2 of their brands, Hilton and Conrad. The Hilton will be the West Tower, which has 1,774 rooms. I'm sorry, the East Tower, and the Conrad will have 1,496 rooms, in the largest Conrad in the world. We're excited to introduce Croxford's as our ultra luxury brand that we have brought over from overseas, and that will have 236 keys. This is our pool deck. We have easy access. It's on the 5th floor. It's 5.5 acres, 7 themed pools, with one of the themed pools as an infinity pool, which overlooks the Las Vegas Strip. Next page. This is the rendering of the pool deck. If you look on the top right, you can see our palaces for high-end gaming and non-gaming customers. And on the bottom, the infinity pool that overlooks the strip that I mentioned. Health and safety is our top priority. As you can see in the bullet points, we partnered with some of the best in the business. We continue to encourage our team members to get the vaccine. And when we start processing our employees, we will have availability to get them vaccine on the premises. Next page. These next 2 pages are the timelines from March 20th to date, showing actions that we have taken with COVID. We work closely with the governor's office during construction. We followed all the guidelines. We never stopped working. We got down to 1,400 employees, construction workers, but we're able to keep working. And today, as of yesterday, we had 4,000 construction workers on the job. We will be prepared to implement any guidelines that you give us and what the county gives us to open the property. Next page. These are more timelines and information that I discussed up to May 3rd. Next page. These are pictures of our convention space. We have over 300,000 square feet, state-of-the-art space. You can see some of the rooms have natural light. And as you'll see throughout the property, there's a lot of natural light throughout the property and in the restaurants. Next page. Here's some more outdoor space. The one on the right is a picture of a 30,000 square foot roof deck on the Las Vegas Strip. We're also excited to be the first property that will connect to the new boring tunnel, which will be a great asset for our convention business. Next page. We're very proud to open with LEED Gold certification. It's a mostly wide used green building rating system in the world, and this will be a big plus when we book convention groups. Next slide. We'll have over 40 F&B outlets. We've had some great partners like the picture you see on top, Wally's out of Beverly Hills. Most of our restaurants, again, as I mentioned, all have outside balconies and natural light and are located on Las Vegas Strip. The rendering below is one of our lounges inside the casino. Next page. This is our Asian restaurant and lounge called Ginting Palace. We're bringing this over from Malaysia, and we're excited to open this. Next page, again, we're excited to introduce Famous Food Street, which is a food hall with 16 stalls from the top chefs around the world. And this is the first of anything like this in the city of Las Vegas. We're calling this area the district. It has 2 levels. It runs parallel with the Las Vegas Strip. It's 600,000 square feet of F&B, nightlife, attractions, and retail. When it comes to retail, we'll have like around 60,000 square feet of retail, mostly boutique stores and pop-ups throughout the property. Next page. These are some of our boutique stores that we'll have when we open. Next page. Red Seagull will be our anchor. We'll have a men and women's store. They're out of LA. And they will be located in the district area. Another great partner of ours is AEG. Together, we're building a state-of-the-art theater like no other. We'll have 5 seats, innovation, staging, and technology. And we're looking forward in the next couple of weeks to officially announce our A+ artists that will be our partners with this theater. Next page, some more features of the theater. You can see on the left, the furthest seat is 150 feet. And again, you can see it will be a state-of-the-art theater like no other in the market. Another great partner is Zouk. We're bringing the Zouk nightlife from Asia to Resorts World. Zouk was voted #1 club in Asia for many years. The nightclub will be 26,000 square feet with a capacity of 2,000 people, and the first club really located on the Las Vegas Strip. Next to the nightclub will be our day club, IU. It's adjacent to Zouk, 46,000 square feet. It will be an outdoor oasis, again, like anything that the Strip has experienced. Next page. LED screens are all over the property, inside and out. This is going to help us market and attract guests to our property. The one on the face of the building there is 100,000 square feet. We have an LED screen that faces the new convention center that is on the east side, that is 19,000 square feet. And we have a marquee in front of the entrance that is 10,000 square feet. And again, this will be an advantage that we'll take to show videos, highlight marketing, advertising. We can stream on it. We can even show live TV events on the screens. This is our LED globe. There's nothing like it in the world. It's 5 stories. It's a mirrored LED globe located in the center of the casino. Again, this could show many attractions and draw people into the property. And we're excited to introduce this to Las Vegas. Now I'd like to show you our commercial that we debuted over the Oscars. And I'm happy to say that so far we've had over 2 billion impressions on this commercial. So you can see the two DJs have already been announced as our partners, and soon to be, we'll be announcing the 4 artists and the dates they will be playing at Resorts World. Before I turn it over to Peter, our CFO, I just want to give you an update on our opening plan. We're planning on have practice days with employees on June 20th and 21st. Our grand opening private event will be on Thursday, June 24th at 6 p.m. Approximately 500 to 3,000 people. They will start on the podium throughout the property, and then we'll move people up to the pool and have a pool party up there. And we plan on opening to the public that night around 11 p.m. If there's no questions, I'll turn it over to Peter, our CFO.
Thank you, Mr. Sabella. Please go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon, Chair Gibson, Member Katsaros, and Member Watkins. For the record, I'm Peter Lavoie, the Senior Vice President and CFO. I'll cover the two confidential financial slides just real quick. If you take a look at the first slide, first off, happy to report we're fully funded and on time and on budget. As you can see there, the total funding is well over and above the project cost. And that variance is capacity we have in our revolving credit facility for funds if we require them. Second, if you look to the right side of it, you see in the budget, we have not only the pre-opening costs, but the casino bankroll and working capital that's covered to get us open, up and running. And in that casino bankroll, knowing that we're opening on the 24th, or going right into that 4th of July weekend, we are positioned to load the casino as if it is New Year's Eve volumes. Obviously a very busy weekend, and we're very prepared for it. Also in the budget is the fact that we'll have a fully loaded, stocked building, all the inventory, everything ready to go. So we'll be completely covered there with some working capital. And then in addition to those two, the revolver, the working capital, we're also already collecting advanced deposits and sponsorship money from other sales, which gives us even further runway. So as you can see, where the financial structure is very, very solid, even with projecting COVID impacts that we've done many, many iterations, as you guys can imagine this last year, what it's going to look like. And also being a new property, knowing that there's obviously a ramp up period, but we feel very, very comfortable that we are well funded for it. In addition, there's a couple bank covenants there, financial covenants, but they do not kick in until the 5th quarter of operations. And again, with our modeling that we are well within range of those, plenty of headroom. So we feel pretty comfortable. And as you heard from Ms. Yi Fun's presentation, we're very proud to have such a strong parent company. And if you take a look there on the left, the equity contributions that they put into this shows their commitment to Las Vegas, and they are 100% committed to this property. And it's really been a joy to work with the parent company. If you move to the second page, there's some agreements that are also put in place by the parent company. I'll just take a look at a couple of them. The Keep Well deed. So the Keep Well deed dictates that Genting is to maintain direct or indirect ownership or control of more than 50% of the equity, ordinary voting power, or general partnership interest in Resorts World, or maintain Resorts World Las Vegas as an entity whose financial statements are consolidated with those of Genting Berhad in accordance with GAAP. Genting Berhad is also committed to ensure that Resorts World Las Vegas consolidated net worth is at least $300 million or more. So in addition to that, there's the note debt service funding agreement. And this one has Genting Overseas Holdings Limited is to pay all accrued and unpaid interest and trustee fees that become due and payable under the debt structure during the funding period ending on the 2nd anniversary opening date. So that means for 2 years, if required, which we don't believe it will be required, but they would cover all of our interest payments for 2 years to give us even more headroom. There's two more agreements that are listed on that page, but they really are funding gaps in construction. And as we're so close to opening, we will not require either one of those. So we are fully funded. And referring back to page 1, you see that there's still contingency left to get us open as well. So with that, again, we feel that we're very well situated. We enjoy a solid parent company. And even with the modeling of COVID impacts, a ramp up, that I think we have some great strategies to mitigate. That I think we're very well funded and situated to be successful. And with that, I'll turn it back over to Mark.
Thank you, Peter. Again, for the record, Mark Clayton. Chair Gibson, that concludes our affirmative presentation. We obviously have the team here in Las Vegas that can respond to questions, as well as the various Genting Berhad executives who are staying up very late. It's almost past 3 a.m. for them in KL, but they're available for questions as well.
Well, thank you all. I mean, this is one of the most exciting moments, I think, in Nevada's history for the last 10 years at least. It's a beautiful property. I commend you on the architecture and just the investment. I'm grateful for it as a native. I'm someone who lives here and benefits from this kind of investment. So thank you very much. It's a gorgeous piece of work. Member Katsaros actually toured the property, I believe. What were your thoughts?
I did indeed. My thoughts were sort of in line with the presentation that we just saw, which is my socks were knocked off. I mean, it's beautiful. I love a great marketing program too. I mean, that I had not seen the video you had just showed there, but I know the folks in your marketing department, your PR department, that's an art that what they do. And what they just did there, I think they knocked it out of the park with that. That's just my humble sort of consumer-like view on things. So, I'm familiar with Genting, their reputation, and Mr. KT Lim's reputation precedes this investigation for me. But I think it would be helpful, just briefly again, to go do really quick hitter where the company is in the hospitality. I understand it's a very diversified public company, but the hospitality side, if I could perhaps just run it down quickly so we don't spend too much time on it. Because one area that I saw missing, I wanted to ask about. So we've got US, we've got New York, Bahamas, of course not US, but say, North America. And then Singapore, we got Genting and Genting Highlands. We've got some operations in North Africa and Egypt, the UK. And then what about Resorts World Manila? I've not seen that talked about. Is that not held by Genting, or is that just a licensing deal?
I'll turn that over to Ms. Wong to respond to.
Resorts World Manila is not under the Genting Berhad umbrella. It is held under Genting Hong Kong, which is separately listed. Yeah. And is directly then held by Tan Sri KT.
Is there other gaming operations held directly by Genting Hong Kong, which I understand is outside of the scope of this investigation, that I would recognize Resorts World elsewhere with a gaming component to it?
Yes, Resorts World Manila do have a gaming component, and that's regulated under the Philippines Gaming Authority, which regulate all casino gaming in the Philippines. So to also just to explain it better, the brand Resorts World as a brand is licensed, okay, to the Manila operations.
Okay, thank you for that. That was the one that was sort of missing in my mind. I wasn't sure where that piece of the puzzle fit into the whole framework here. So I guess shifting back over to the property then, I did want to talk about what some of the new things that you guys are doing right now. And to start off, I will say there was no areas of concern identified by our investigators. I have no concerns from a background perspective that I need to vet out here, frankly. But I would like to understand a little bit on the property now, which is, it seems you're going to be bringing some new technology there and a new vision. I would say a new vision, but an expanded vision of where things are today globally in the gaming industry. If perhaps Mr. Sabella or somebody could talk about some of that technology you're going to be bringing to bear to the market.
Yeah, there's a number of things that we're getting ready to submit. I think they're due May 21st, but we partnered with Konami, NRT Technology, Sightline, Genesis, Joy and Go. And there are things that the city hasn't seen yet. Some of these things may be out there in other markets, but definitely not in city. Some of them are the cardless log on to Resorts World mobile app, cashless wagering at slots and table games through mobile wallet, ticket in, ticket out technology at all table games, 100% RFD game chips, which I don't think anybody has in Las Vegas. So we'll be the first property, but we do this at our other sister properties across the globe. Innovative digital resort wild loyalty programs through mobile app. Our mobile loyalty program is one of, it was first, we designed it for non-gaming and then we turned it into gaming. So we're really going after both aspects of the clientele to our property. As you know, the shift to non-gaming continues to change, and we're taking advantage of that. And we're forecasting 65 to 70% of our revenue be non-gaming. So the loyalty program to that customer using those same systems will help us have a great loyalty program in place. Pete, is there any other ones I missed?
Well, we're also utilizing a lot of things that other properties are doing, like Digital Key. Our partners are expert at Digital Key, which will take you right to the room and unlock it. With the RFID chips, we're going to be a lot of paperless in the cage. We can really track it all and really do some stuff that other properties just aren't situated to do because we're starting fresh.
Okay. You did say it was going to be full floor RFID?
Full RFID, every chip, right down to the dollar.
And then the app that you're talking about, your virtual player card, is that something that's already available to the public, or is that still in the works right now?
So we're developing that with a partner of ours, Joy and Go, and we're testing it right now. So it's being worked out.
So as part of the player journey, and it seems you have a very expansive player database you can tap into as well to promote the fact that you'll have this new app. But as far as the player journey, as a player is coming in to register at the hotel, let's say, you're going to use the electronic key. At that point, would I be able to sign up for the app as well, or would I be prompted even prior to my arrival there?
Yeah, it would prompt you. So we partnered with Hilton. Like I mentioned, we're operating the property, but using Hilton's technology. So we use their virtual key to get in, and then you would download our app. And part of that app gives you all those things that we talked about. Even the food ordering in the property. There will be no room service. You'll be able to go to our app called On the Fly and order at 40 different restaurants, and we'll deliver it anywhere you want in the pool, your rooms, and whatever it may be. And I did mention that Barbie has been so great to us because we are asking for a lot. We know we're going to have 7 or 8 trials, and we have a backup plan if something doesn't work. And so that's what he's working with us now on, and we're submitting that by May 21st. But we're really excited that you guys, especially him, have really helped us with this. And we've been working on this for over a year now with them and who our partners are.
I appreciate you calling out Chief Barbie and his team over there. I do know the resources we have are strained oftentimes, but I do know the fact that they're laser focused on, well, not just your property, but others as well. But it seems there's a greater need at your property right now, given the newness of some of the technology you're going to be deploying there, and given the time frame you're looking at right now, or in beginning of May. So hopefully you guys assist that team achieve their goals, if you will, because without you guys stepping up and providing it what it is we need in our lab with Chief Barbie and his team there, it's going to be a struggle. So hopefully you continue to work well with our team. I know our team's going to do our best to get it out the door.
Thank you. That's the plan, because we may kick it off, but this will be up and down the street sooner than we get it approved. So it's great for the city.
Yeah, for sure. Understood. I just don't want us to be caught in a position of having to speed rush things because things haven't gotten up to us in a timely manner. And as it seems right now, you're still providing everything to us in a timely manner. Just make sure we don't get put in that position. Okay.
Understood. Yes, sir.
We appreciate that. Other than that, like I said, there was no areas of concern. I have a very good understanding of the background of the company when it was already provided as well. I've looked at your financial projections there. I would say you were rather conservative, to say the least, which I understand, particularly in this environment. Comparing things to 2020, well, it's not you guys weren't operational then, but anybody even looking back the past year, it's difficult to use that. So you're left with trying to gauge this against, say, 2019 numbers, and whether or not those are feasible to even look at this point. I appreciate the conservative view that you had in presenting it to us so that we could at least calibrate our thoughts around what financial performance you may achieve there. And with that, I did have one thing, conventions. What's your thought on conventions sort of ramping back up? And what effect do you think that may or may not have on your property directly, given the proximity you have to the convention center there?
We've always been optimistic. And again, like you said, we're directly across from the convention center. So we know we're going to get the majority of the citywides to be the headquarters for some of the big groups over there, especially with the new Boeing agreement we have. But lately, we're getting a lot of leads. We booked some good groups in late summer, but we're starting to see some really good groups for next year. I don't think, in my opinion, that's going to be as long as what people think. I think these groups want to come back, and I think late second half of next year and 23 are going to be gangbusters.
That's great. I share your optimism, frankly, but I'm not as close to it as you guys are, of course. So I hope that comes true. And that, I think, as COVID dragged on last year, the view was that it wasn't going to come back for numerous years. And as we've gotten into this year, perhaps that's coming back a little more close to what we would hope to, and that the lights turn on a lot quicker with the conventions at full ramp too, especially given the additional space that's going to be provided for there as well, correct?
Right. It's great to see that the World of Concrete's coming in June. It may not be at the numbers it was in the past, but the numbers look good. I think that's what's going to ramp up Las Vegas with the conventions.
Okay. And with that, Chair Gibson, I'll yield back. I didn't have any further questions on this item.
I appreciate that. I just say, as we speak about conventions, I think it's going to be critical, and I've seen that you've worked on this effort, but I've been, I jokingly call myself the chair of the COVID control board. I've spent more time trying to manage vaccination of the hospitality industry that I can ever express. I mean, hundreds, maybe even thousands of hours. And so I would just encourage you to do everything you can to vaccinate your people. You've seen Bill McBeth, you've seen Bill Hornbuckle, you've seen Matt Maddox just lead out on this issue. And I would encourage you to do the same thing. I think it's crucial for our comeback and ensure that there's not another spike in the winter.
Yes. And yes, sir, that's our priority. We're working on a plan now with the 600 employees that we have. We did a survey. We're about 70%. So we know we need to get it higher. But now when we start hiring people and processing them, we'll have we partnered with Albertsons, and they'll be on premises to help do the vaccine right there. And our goal is to do the same as those other properties.
Wonderful, wonderful. I agree with Member Katsaros. The background is outstanding. The company is incredible. Financials are great. Ratios are outstanding. I have nothing but praise for this application. I have no concerns. I turn it over to Member Watkins for her questions.
I too am pretty excited. I think you guys have some great things going on. And I had seen the commercial before, but I was still just as intrigued this time around. So thank you for showing us that. I did have a couple of questions. One about the RFID chips and how that's working at your other properties where it's in use.
Yeah, we checked with Genting and they're very happy with how it works, the tracking of it. So they've been using it with Digital Locker, which is the same system we're using. It's just under Genesis. But it just makes tracking so much better. It makes rating the customer so much more precise. And again, it allows you to actually go paperless in the cage.
Okay. And you said that you had already hired 600 employees, but looking to hire 5,000. Is that correct?
Yeah, it sounds scary. It is scary, but we're going to ramp up in the next 45 days. Most of them have already been a job offered. So it's now getting a process and we start training, but most of them will be there around 2 weeks or 21 days before we open. But we'll have around 5,000 employees when we open.
So recruiting is going well. You're not having any problems with that?
Very well, but we're seeing what's happening up and down the strip. We hope it kind of blows over by the time we open because we still have another month. I know everybody's struggling to get employees back. So we did have some fallout, but we do feel comfortable that we'll be able to find the employees to open the property.
And with regard to hotel room booking, can you tell us a little bit about that? It looks like you guys have already started accepting bookings.
Yeah, when we announced the opening a couple of weeks ago is when we opened the call center. And I'm happy to say things are going well. And that's another reason why we partnered with Hilton. They have over 130 million people in their Hilton Honor program. So they did a big launch for us. So they helped us kick it off and start with reservations. But every day we're picking up, we're looking good, and we're on pace.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, outstanding presentation, exciting moment for the city, for the state. I think I don't have any additional questions.
I have one additional question that was
Please.
just triggered my memory. I think it was just mentioned about the use of electronic tables. There's some tables that you have in Asia, in Genting, certainly. I'm not certain if it's in Singapore. Your baccarat, your electronic baccarat, or your, let's say electronic, the automated baccarat. I think it's a Walker Digital product. Are you guys looking to bring that into the market here as well?
Yes, we are. It's got the side bet, and the only way you could do it is with the RFID chips, so it calculates the side bet.
Okay, is there an intention that it'll be live at launch, or is this something in the future?
No, it will be live at launch. So Walker's not licensed here, so we go through Genesis.
Understood.
So we use the system, yeah. It's funny, I was just walking the property the other day, and you can see before the layout goes on there and all the wiring. So it's a pretty cool technique, but we'll be using that. And I believe the only one in Las Vegas that will have that.
Yeah, that's why it is intriguing, because I don't think I've seen that around here. It's that Perfect Pay table or something there about.
Yeah. That's right.
Well, I didn't have any other questions, Chair Gibson, on this item.
Okay, well, with that, I entertain a motion if you'd be willing to make one.
We do have the individual. I just wanted to recognize as well, Mr. Lavoie. Yeah.
Right. So do you want to take him together then? We can do it all.
Yeah, I think he's, if I'm not mistaken, he was already read into the record, but it would be great for him to sort of step forward.
I agree. Please.
Mr. Lavoie, how are you today?
Very good, thank you.
As you know, we've just completed your latest investigation. It seems you're a known commodity to us and that you've been licensed at least twice before.
Correct.
Okay, I've got in front of me 2014 with Excalibur, 2018 with MGM. Was there anything in addition to those licensing events in Nevada?
Those two, that's right.
Okay, and so you had a long-standing history with MGM. How did you get over to Resorts World?
Yeah, it's interesting, right? Because MGM is a fantastic company and truly enjoyed my time there, and obviously it worked out as I moved up. In fact, I figured at one point I'd retire from that company. But when you see a mega resort opening on the strip, right, you get intrigued, like how you guys are talking about it now. And I happen to be part of the opening of City Center. And you look back on it as this momentous thing, and you take a lot of pride in it, right? And it was like the highlight of my career. So I kept my eye kind of on Genting Resorts World as it was coming up. And then lo and behold, the timing just worked out. My contract was up. At that point, I knew Scott was there, which he's an amazing leader, one of the best operators in the business. So the timing just kind of worked out. And you know, I tell people, you want to look back on your career and say, I could have been part of that, or you want to go be part of it. So tough decision to leave MGM Resorts, but these opportunities don't come along so often. And it's just a great company, as you guys see from the presentation today, and our chairman couldn't be happier right now with the move.
Okay. And I will note, as far as your latest investigation goes, there was nothing derogatory there, so I didn't have any questions on your background. But I did want to acknowledge the fact that the investigation was completed, and that as part of this, of course, you'll, assuming it goes positively, would be getting a recommendation as well.
Thank you.
And then Chair Gibson, just for the sake of the record, we've reviewed draft 1 of the revised order for Genting Burrhead. It had no comments to that.
Okay, great. All right. Any other questions regarding the individuals, the company, any of these applications? Member Watkins?
I don't have any additional questions. Thank you.
Okay. Neither do I. It's an outstanding group. Application is solid. Lots of experience. Great operating group. I mean, just you couldn't do better. I'll just say that to the Lim family. Just outstanding operators. These people have lots of experience. You really have a top-notch group. So with that, I'll entertain a motion, I guess, if you're ready to make one.
Yeah, and sorry, I just missed what Mr. Clayton was saying. So he's familiar with all the conditions that are on this recommendation. Very standard. Did you say there was no concerns and you're aware, correct?
Yeah, we're aware. Well, we've been provided the conditions a couple of weeks ago, presuming if they haven't otherwise changed, then yes, we're comfortable with them.
I'm gonna assume these haven't changed, frankly. They're all
they're all the standard ones. I agree.
Customary in my view. Okay. And I'll echo as well, Chair Gibson's comments. I'm very familiar, as I mentioned, with the Genting properties. I've never made it to the Highlands. At some point I will, but I have been to Sentosa numerous times, and as well as Resorts World Manila, which again, is a separate company, but top notch all around. So I'm extremely happy to support this application and excited to see what you guys are going to do on the Strip. And with that, I will move forward with a motion. I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 3 is read into the record by Secretary Bell pursuant to draft number 1 of the company's revised order of registration with the following conditions to apply. The surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. The number of gaming salons is limited to 5, and the number may not be increased without prior administrative approval of the Nevada Gaming Control Board Chair or the Chair's designee. Prior to commencement of the gaming salon operations, the surveillance system must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. The manufacturer's license is limited to the modification of machines that are or have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies, and that any such modifications shall be limited to operational configuration changes such as replacement of one pre-approved component with another pre-approved component or modifications that will not affect the manner or mode of play of the device. The distributor's license is limited to the acquisition of machines to be utilized in or the distribution of machines which have been utilized in the operations of the licensed location or its affiliated companies. And lastly, approvals limited for Mr. Kok Tae Lim, Kyung Hyu Lim, Kong Han Tan, and Scott Martin Sabella to expire at midnight of the May 2022 Nevada Gaming Commission meeting on the day the item is heard.
And Member Katsaros, for the sake of the record, if I just feel so obligated to indicate that the limitation on the individuals is only due to the need of the COVID inefficiencies is what I call it, of just needing some additional time, but it doesn't represent any issues or concerns with the individuals, at least to date.
That is accurate.
Thank you for doing that. We weren't able to do the customary investigation that we would otherwise normally do in non-COVID times, nothing more.
Thank you.
Madam Secretary, please.
Member Watkins. Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. And enjoy the rest of your evening.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, let's let them queue out. And that was a very large item. So let's take just 1 second as we let the next group queue in. So Madam Secretary, you ready to go to the next one? All right, please go ahead.
Non-restricted number 4 is the application of Nevada Restaurant Services, Inc., doing business as Points Casino number 211 for a non-restricted gaming license.
Okay, welcome, and please state your names for the record. Mr. Smith.
For the record, my name is Cannon Smith. I'm General Counsel for Nevada Restaurant Services. Good morning, Chair Gibson, members Watkins and Katsaros, Madam Secretary. I'm before you today on agenda item number 4, which is NRSI's application for a one-day opening at Points number 211. This one-day opening is necessary in order to preserve the non-conforming use at the location. If approved, the one-day opening would be conducted in a trailer on location with 16 slot machines on June 2nd. Clark County's COVID precautionary measures, whether they stay the same with the 80% and 3 feet or change before then, will be implemented. I'm happy to answer questions that the board might.
Would you, just for the benefit of all of us, including our new member, would you talk about the grandfather that you're trying to preserve here?
Yes, the location is non-conforming under Title 30 of Clark County's code. So it doesn't meet a few of the zoning requirements. Notably, there's not enough parking under the current code, and also it is not in a GED. So it's necessary to do the one-day opening in order to refresh the zoning entitlements.
Okay, all right, thank you. I don't have any additional questions. These are fairly common and happen. I will turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
I didn't have any questions either. Thank you, Chair Gibson. Great to see
Member
you.
Watkins?
Yeah, just one quick question. How do you plan to enforce safety standards with regard to COVID? If you could just expand on that a little bit.
Yes, so if there are still distance separation requirements, if and when people come to play the machines, they will, whatever machine they choose, people will not be able to sit next to them if they are within those limitations. People will also be required to follow all mask requirements and things like that. And I guess depending on what Clark, if enough people get vaccinated before then, it will be open to 100% occupancy and no social distancing. But if that doesn't happen, it will be the 80% and the 3 feet.
Well, I would just correct you. This is a non-restricted item. So the gaming floor is I mean, for our purposes would be in the entire trailer, right?
Correct.
Yeah. So those will be set by us and will default to the county.
Yes, yes. I apologize.
Right.
I was, I guess, skipping a step. The Gaming Control Board has passed that to the county. And so we would be following the county's regulations per the Gaming Control Board's direction.
That's more or less correct. Okay, I don't have any additional questions. Colleagues?
I don't have any additional.
No, okay. All right. With that, I entertain a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 4 is read into the record by Secretary Bell, condition that the location is limited to the operation of slot machines.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye. Thank you very much, Mr. Smith.
Thank you very much.
Okay, let's go on to our next item then.
Non-restricted number 5 are the applications of Affinity Gaming Owner LLC, Affinity Gaming, and the Sands Regent LLC for the pledges as noted on the agenda. You also have the request to withdraw the application of Affinity Gaming Holdings LLC to issue securities.
Okay, welcome. Please state your names for the record. Looks like we've got Ms. Vermaze and Ms. Barnett. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Chair Gibson.
Good to see you.
Member Katsaros and Member Watkins. And Member Watkins, congratulations on your appointment by the governor to this esteemed board. It's nice to have you today. For the record, my name is Sonia Vermaze from the law firm of Brownstein Hyatt Farber Schreck. I'm counsel for the applicants. Also here, she's made her appearance, Aaron Barnett, Vice President and General Counsel. And also present is Andre Scrivens. He's the Chief Financial Officer. If I could, Chair Gibson, I will address the withdrawal application and then the application that is to be considered. They are related.
Please.
Affinity Gaming is an indirect subsidiary of Affinity Gaming Holdings LLC, which is a registered private investment company subject to Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 15C. Affinity Holdings is the sole member of licensees the Prima Donna Company LLC, Flamingo Paradise Gaming LLC, and Holdings is the sole member of the Sands Region LLC, which is the sole member of licensee Plantation Investments LLC. Affinity Gaming was party to a credit agreement with Credit Suisse and a second lien credit agreement with Citizens Bank. Due to business disruptions in 2020 resulting from the pandemic, Affinity Gaming fell below certain financial covenant requirements in the credit agreements. As a cure under those agreements, certain non-voting members of Holdings contributed cash to Holdings in exchange for a convertible promissory note, which was to be converted into Class A1 units of Holdings upon receipt of regulatory approvals. The note proceeds were contributed by Holdings to its wholly owned subsidiary, Affinity Gaming Owner LLC, which in turn contributed the note proceeds to its wholly owned subsidiary, Affinity Gaming. The subject application that's the subject of the withdrawal requested commission approval to issue Class A1 units to these members. However, and as I'll explain in further detail, as of December 30th, 2020, or on that date, Affinity Gaming refinanced those credit facilities. As part of that refinancing, cash on the balance sheet was distributed by Affinity Gaming to its parent, Affinity Gaming Owner, which distributed these funds to Holdings, which in turn repaid the loans evidenced by the convertible notes. The repayment of those notes rendered the application moot, and so we requested a withdrawal. As I just mentioned, on December 30th, 2021, Affinity Gaming refinanced each of its credit facilities with a senior secured first lien revolving credit facility with Goldman Sachs as administrative agent and collateral agent, and with the issuance of 6.875% senior secured first lien notes due 2027, issued pursuant to an offering circular and indenture where U.S. Bank serves as trustee and collateral agent. Collateral for both of these refinancing facilities includes equity pledges by Affinity Gaming Owner, and the Sands Region LLC, and those pledges are described in your agenda. The pledges require commission approval to be effective, which is the application for your consideration. We'd like to thank Agent Brian Powell and Supervisor Jacob Ava for their work on these applications. They did a great job as always, and we're happy to answer any questions.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Vermees. I don't have any questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Member Katsaros.
Thank you, Ms. Vermees. Ms. Barnett, great to see you again. It seems like we've been doing this quite often.
I know, it's the end of the road for a little bit. So.
Yeah, various applications. Well, after that wonderful overview from Ms. Vermees, I have 0 questions as well.
Very nice to meet you all. I don't have any questions.
Great to meet you also. Thank you.
And Mr. Scrivens, I did not welcome you. Welcome.
All right. No offense taken. Thank you. Thank you. Nice to meet you all.
It's good to see you. Thank you. Okay, and with that, I ask for a motion.
I'll take the
motions.
Yeah. Sure, I'll take the withdrawal first. I move to approve the withdrawal request of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Is that with or without prejudice?
That would be without prejudice. Thank you for that.
Member Watkins?
Aye.
Member Katsaros?
Aye.
Chair Gibson?
Aye.
I'll then move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 5 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsouros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much for appearing.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Take care. Okay. Let's go on to our next item, please.
Non-restricted number 6 are the applications of PBS Acquisition LP for a transfer of interest and to convert to a Delaware limited liability company to be known as PDS Acquisition LLC. There's also the application of PDS Funding LLC for a finding of suitability as sole member and manager of PDS Acquisition LLC. Lastly, you have the applications of PDS Acquisition LLC for registration as an intermediary company and for a finding of suitability as sole member and manager of PDS Holding LLC.
Okay. Welcome, and please state your names for the record. Welcome, Mr. Giordano.
Thank you. Chairman Gibson, Member Katsaros, Member Watkins, Madam Secretary, for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm McDonald Carano, on behalf of the applicant. With me at the virtual podium is Robert Woods. He is the CEO of all the companies with respect to PDS. And the transaction in front of you, Mr. Chairman, is written in the record, but Madam Secretary is simply a corporate reorganization to eliminate, for tax reasons, a general partner of the former PDS Acquisition Limited Partnership, and to then convert PDS Acquisition LP into a LLC, to basically provide for the ownership of that as the PDS Acquisition LLC as the sole member and manager with PDS Holding LLC being its parent. We'd be happy to answer any questions you have, Mr. Chairman, or any of the board members, but that really is a summary of a fairly routine and simple application here.
Yes, it is. This is one of the easier non-restricted items that we've had in front of us. I don't have any questions. You've explained why you're doing it and how it works. So I'd turn it over to my colleagues.
Thank you. Thank you for that overview. I didn't have any questions either. Very transactional in nature. Very clear. No questions.
Member Watkins, please.
Thank you for the presentation. I think it's very clear and I don't have any questions either.
Okay. Mr. Woods, welcome. This will be the fastest item that you'll ever have approved, I believe, or recommended for approval by this board ever. So, relish it and enjoy it. With that, I would ask for a motion.
Move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 6 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, condition that upon completion of the conversion, a copy of the executed and file conversion documents are to be provided to the Nevada Gaming Control Board's Investigations Division and Tax and License Division.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsouros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye.
Thank you
very much.
Thank you. And we want to thank Supervisor Nathan Allen and Senior Agent Susie Chang for their work on this application. We appreciate their assistance and their professionalism and want to thank them very much.
Thank you for that.
Thank
you and take care. Okay. Queue out. And Madam Secretary, would you read our next item into the record, please?
Next item is non-restricted number 7, which are the applications of Travel Centers of America, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration and the pledges as noted on the agenda.
Okay. Queue in. Mr. Giordano back again. It's fast. And Mr. Young, welcome, and please state your names for the record, if you would.
Yes, once again, Chairman Gibson, for the record, Greg Giordano, the law firm of McDonald Carano. Happy here to present this application to you, Chairman Gibson, and Member Katsaros and Member Watkins, and Madam Secretary, with respect to Travel Centers of America, Inc. and their application for approval of a couple of pledges in connection to some refinancings and a new term loan they recently took out. But with me at the virtual podium is Mark Young, the Executive Vice President, General Counsel, and I'm not sure if we still have Peter Crage on with video. He was having to leave for the airport here pretty quickly, and so I'm not sure where he's at, but anyway, he might be available, but we're ready to proceed, Mr. Chairman. Sorry about the phone ringing.
No, that's okay. He is, Mr. Craig is here. Thank you for appearing, Mr. Young, as
My
well.
pleasure.
Thank you for the rump memo, or the information in the rump memo that explains these two, the term loan in particular. Appreciate that. I don't have any questions about this. I turn over to my colleagues for questions.
Similarly, I don't have any questions either. I know you, Travel Centers of America was just before this board here very recently too. And we got a very in-depth overview. A very good record was laid out as well in terms of their status of operations and so forth. And so again, much like a couple of prior agenda items, it's very transactional in nature, and I didn't have any other questions for you.
Yeah, actually, Mr. Craig was before you in February for his licensure and finding of suitability. So.
Thank you. Yeah, I remember having the dialogue with him directly on the overview of the whole company and so forth. So thank you.
Member Watkins.
I think it's very transactional. You've recently been before the board, and although I wasn't a part of that, I see that, and I don't have any questions either.
Okay. So with that, I'd ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 7 as read into the record by Secretary Bell. And that would be pursuant to draft number 1 of the company's revised order of registration.
Okay. And you're familiar with the terms? Okay.
Yes, Chairman, we have reviewed the terms and provisions of that draft order of registration amendment, and we're fine with those provisions, and they are appropriate under the circumstances.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins.
Aye.
Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And
Thank
one
you.
last thing, Chairman, I want to
Have a good show.
thank you. We want to thank Special Agent David Mueller for his work on the applications with us on this matter, and appreciate his professionalism and working again these applications to the system and to the board meeting here this month. Thank you.
Thank you. Have a good show, Mr. Craig. All right, take care. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to our next item. Madam Secretary.
Your next item is non-restricted number 9, which are the applications of Scott David Schweinfurth and Bruce Colville Rowe for finding of suitability as a key employee of GV2 LLC.
Okay. So let them queue in. Welcome, Mr. Schweinfurth and Mr. Rowe. Would you please turn your cameras on and your mics on, and there you are. Mr. Ansani, welcome.
Yes, thanks, Mr. Chairman. Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Madam Secretary. My name is A.C. Ansani. I'm with the law firm of Howard & Howard. I'm appearing today on behalf of Bruce Rowe and Scott Schweinfurth in support of their applications for a finding of suitability as key employees of GV2 LLC. GV2 is managing gaming and non-gaming operations at the Westgate Resort and Casino, and Mr. Schweinfurth and Mr. Rowe have been engaged as consultants by GV2, acting in an advisory capacity for the Westgate. Before we start, we'd like to take a minute to thank the board and staff, in particular, Senior Agent Danielle Butler and Special Agent Jeff Zinn, for their courtesy, assistance, and professionalism in the investigation. Mr. Chairman, at this point, if the board will permit, I'd like to introduce Mr. Rowe, present him with the opportunity to address the board and take any questions, and then do the same for Mr. Schweinfurth.
Okay, please. Mr. Rowe, welcome.
Thank you. Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Bruce Rowe has been working in the gaming industry since 1980, when he started a 23-year career with Harrah's Entertainment, ultimately achieving the title of Corporate VP in slot operations. In 2005, Mr. Rowe went to work for G-Tech Corporation as VP of Business Strategy and GM of Nevada Operations, through 2007, when he took a job with Bally Technologies as Senior VP of Strategy and Sales Consulting. He worked at Bally through 2014, and upon leaving has been acting for various gaming companies in a consultant role since then. Mr. Rowe has been engaged with GV2 since August of 2020 through the present. And with that, I would cede the floor to Mr. Rowe.
Thank you very much for letting me speak to you today and answer any questions you might have. Thank you, the chairman and members Watkins and Katsaros. I do want to especially thank Agent Zinn for his patience and diligence in going through this process. As you know better than anybody, there's lots of small details that have to be attended to, and he was great to work with throughout that process. I've been privileged to work in the industry for, it's hard to believe now, 4 decades on both the operating side at a property level, at a corporate level for Harrah's, as well as on the manufacturing side of the business. In operations, I worked in entertainment. I've worked in information technology, done some stints in strategic planning, and worked both domestically and internationally, and have participated in 18 openings from ground up in my career. One of the things I've always enjoyed is consulting and teaching. In fact, worked with Mark Lipparelli for a number of years at the Executive Development Program for UNLV and Lake Tahoe. Every year is just something I look forward to teaching and spending time with that very diverse and international clientele that attended. I think one of the things that I've noted as I've been listening today is if any of you ever get a chance to go to Genting, Malaysia, please do. It's one of the most unusual and impactful casinos. And I was privileged to work there as a consultant for in excess of 3 years with Mr. Paul Baker. So it's been a great run, and I'm excited to be working with Mark and Scott at Westgate. And we've learned a lot. We didn't expect to be engaged during the COVID year. But I think one of the things that's been exciting about that is, you know, when the river goes down and you can see all the rocks, you get to understand your business a whole lot better. You get to examine each individual part of the operation and understand which parts may be improved, which parts are critical to the operation, which ones you can improve your operating margins in. And we've been working carefully with the team through those things since we were engaged. So if there's any questions about my background or experience, I'd be happy to answer those.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Rowe. You do have extensive experience. I appreciate the fact that you've been in this in the industries and manufacturing and on the operational side as well for 40 years, as you say. I'd ask you about your arrangement. I mean, so GB2 is going to manage gaming and non-gaming operations for Westgate. Is that accurate?
Yes.
Okay. And so tell us about the size of your team. You don't have an exclusive agreement with GB2 is my understanding.
Well, my arrangement with GB2 is for Westgate.
Okay.
And the property is fully staffed with a structure that you would expect in any hotel, resort, casino. And I see my position as being a partner to that team, providing oversight and sharing best demonstrated practices with that group, and providing guidance to the Westgate team through Mr. Lipparelli on things that we feel could enhance the organization, either by driving revenues, reducing cost, creating strategic alliances, and various things like that that can improve the products that we offer and the profitability to the overall corporation.
Okay. And so in many ways, it sounds like you're going to, it's almost a consulting type role.
That's what my agreement is, a consulting engagement, yes.
Right.
Okay. I'm not an employee of Westgate.
Right. All right. I don't have any additional questions for Mr. Rowe. I'll turn it over to Ms. Watkins. Mr. Katsaros, Member Katsaros. Do you have any questions?
Sure, I'll jump in here. Good afternoon to Mr. Rowe.
Good afternoon.
Do you have any initial observations with respect to the property and things you might be suggesting that you'd be willing to share?
Well, as a consultant, when you go into a property, you know, the first thing to do is to listen and try and understand the operation from the people that are there and their perspective of what they need to be successful. I was very pleased to see upon engaging initially the amount of capital investment that had been done by Westgate into the old International or Hilton operation as we know it. They put a significant amount of capital in. As somebody who's kind of specialized in slot and gaming optimization, I was pleased to see the product that we had there. Clearly, one of our biggest opportunities is the expansion of the convention facility because a significant amount of our revenue is driven by conventions. And we're extremely pleased to see the speed at which we think conventions will come back. And also pleased to see that the industry at large in Las Vegas did not discount future room rates the way that we did in the 08 and 09 recession when things happened. So I think with the speed of conventions coming back and the demand for rooms, and I think the ADRs are not going to be irrationally low as we had in 08 and 09, that we're going to see a much faster rebound than we had expected, and we're looking forward to taking advantage of that.
Are you looking at any sort of improvements in optimizing your casino floor and your slot mix or use of external systems, et cetera?
Well, the demand for optimization is typically driven by more demand than supply. And right now we have more supply than demand. So we will be looking at optimization. One of the things that we have noticed and enjoyed is that our slot play has been higher than we expected with the lack of convention service. So we think there is an opportunity for growth of locals market, given our location and some of the developments that are going on around us on the north end of the Strip and downtown. So there's kind of a new locus of energy developing around us that we think we can benefit from.
Yeah, I'm glad you mentioned that point. The demographics of your player base then for visitors, travelers, conventioners versus local, has that shifted over time where you have a greater number of locals? And was that result, if so, is that something to do with any marketing efforts that you may have had over the years?
Well, I think to be candid right now, it's more circumstantial, but it's pointed out to us that there is an opportunity to market more to locals than we have in the past. I think, the difficulty of people traveling, to people wanting to stay close to home and play where they stay has helped us. And so I think that we're collecting some marketing data that'll help us develop that market a bit more. And as I said, when the tide goes down and you see the rocks, you can start to see things that you didn't see before, because candidly, the gaming, the convention side of our business probably overshadowed that locals business quite a bit in terms of contribution of revenue.
Well said there. Understand clearly. Yeah, because your holy grail there probably was conventioners, and this may have lifted a veil a little bit. I mean, it's easy access in and out of there, I guess, if you're a local too, to not have to navigate through excessive traffic or anything like that. So.
Precisely, and distancing and being able to have open air parking, which we had, let people stay, socially distanced in a pretty seamless way.
And I'll just note for the record, so we've got as far as our investigative materials indicate 40 or so years in the industry. Seems as if you've got a lot of deep knowledge here, given the various roles you've had over the years. And I did not note any areas of concern either. So with that, I didn't have any further questions. Thank you for the dialogue, Mr. Rowe.
Thank you.
Member Watkins, please.
I don't have any areas of concern and I don't have any questions. Thank you.
So, Mr. Rowe, I would just, this is off topic, but I would just say that your taste in ATVs and boats, I love it. It's just incredible. Alton, Utah is a beautiful place. You lived a life that I hope to live one day. I really do. So.
I have to tell you, you're looking at me from Colorado, and yesterday I went on a several-hour UTV tour up to this amazing peak and looked down on Gateway Canyon, and pretty spectacular. Highly recommended.
Well, good. You deserve it. Okay. let's go on to our next applicant here, Mr. Schweinfurth.
Oh, very good. Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Similarly, I'd like to introduce Mr. Scott Schweinfurth. Scott started his career in the gaming industry in 1995 as Chief Financial Officer and Treasurer with Bally Gaming International, Inc. In 1996, Bally was acquired by Alliance Gaming Corporation, and Scott was again subsequently appointed as CFO and Treasurer of Alliance Gaming Corporation. He maintained employment there until March of 2000, and then in April of 2000, Mr. Schweinfurth went to work for WMS Gaming, not surprisingly, in the role as CFO and Treasurer. In 2013, WMS was acquired by Scientific Games Corporation. Mr. Schweinfurth remained in his role as CFO for the WMS Gaming division and also acted as Chief Integration Officer during that whole merger activity. Eventually, in April of 2014, he was appointed as CFO of Scientific Games Corporation and held that role until he retired in February of 2016. Over the course of his career, Mr. Schweinfurth's been licensed in hundreds of jurisdictions globally. Notably, he was found suitable as a key employee by the board and commission in Nevada 4 times, most recently in November of 2014 as an officer of Scientific Games, and then in September of 2015 as an officer of Bally Gaming Inc., which was a wholly owned subsidiary of Scientific Games. So at this point, I'd turn the floor to Mr. Schweinfurth. Scott?
Good afternoon, everyone. Chairman Gibson, members Watkins and Katsaros, Secretary Bell. I'm here before you seeking a finding of suitability to act as a consultant for GV2 for the Westgate Resort and Casino. As Attorney Ansani said, I've had considerable investigation experience in my career in the gaming industry, and I have a unique perspective on comparing how investigations are performed. And I want to commend once again the Nevada Gaming Control Board staff for their professionalism and specifically calling out Agent Butler for the work that she did. Her professionalism and her transparent communications made the process very smooth from my perspective. I want to say that my career, as Attorney Ansani stated, really had 2 components. I did the staff to partner trek at Ernst & Young in their Chicago office, ultimately being a partner in their consumer products group. And then the second half of my career was in the gaming industry, where I ended up working for 4 different publicly held companies in the gaming systems, lottery services industry. And ironically, by the end of my career, all 4 of those companies, through mergers, became one company, Scientific Games Corporation. I did retire in February of 2016. Over the last 5 years, I've spent, the first 4 years, I spent about 30% of my time in Las Vegas, 30% of my time traveling the globe, and 40% of my time in Chicago, where my 4 adult children and now 2 grandchildren live. Last year was unusual for everyone, so it changed those percentages. I did about 10% travel and split my time equally between Las Vegas and Chicago. I've continued since my retirement to be the co-chair of the audit committee of the International Association of Gaming Advisors. In late 2017, I was approached by my alma mater, Miami University, to join their foundation board as a member and also to be on the audit committee as vice chair. Since then, I've been appointed chair of the audit committee and also now sit on the executive committee. And I joined that board in September of 2018. Shortly thereafter, my former colleague and good friend, Mark Liberelli, approached me about an opportunity at the Westgate Resort and Casino. He was seeking someone with financial experience and good management experience, and I seemed to fit the bill. We had numerous discussions about what that role may be. It morphed over time, and in the end, after the commission approved Mark and GV2 to operate the casino at the Westgate, I signed a consulting agreement effective August 1st of last year. I had previously filed my application for the gaming license, and I'm now before you, hopefully to achieve approval as suitable to function in such a role. And with that, I'll thank the board for all their efforts and with my application, and I am prepared to answer any questions you might have.
Thank you, Mr. Schweinfurt. Your application is clean. I have no questions about your background or experience. I appreciate the fact that you've done this so long and so well. I would turn it over to my colleagues for questions.
Given Mr. Schweinfurt's background, I didn't have any questions either. Your history is well documented with us, and there was no areas of concern identified within our report. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good to meet you, Mr. Schweinfurt. I don't have any areas of concern, and your investigation was clean, so I don't have any questions. I would note the similarity of our Midwest background, though.
So noted.
That's all I have.
Thank you. Thank you both for appearing. Thank you, Mr. Ansani. With that, I would ask for a motion.
Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 9 as read into the record by Secretary Bell.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you all for appearing.
Thank you all.
Thank
Appreciate
you.
it. Everybody have a great day.
Bye. Okay, so item number, let's see here, item number 10 has been removed from the agenda. So 11, Madam Secretary.
Non-restricted number 11 is the application of Winners Hotel and Casino, Inc., doing business as the Winnemucca Inn for a waiver of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4.080 as noted on the agenda. It is also the application of Brian Robert Stone for licensure as a key employee of Winners Hotel and Casino, Inc., doing business as the Winnemucca Inn.
Okay. Do we have appearances here? So from QM. Welcome.
Do you have us?
I can see your, a representation of you.
Can you hear us, Mr. Chairman?
We can hear you.
But cannot see us? Is that the problem?
No, we can't see you.
Start video then. Yeah, start. Oh.
There you are. Welcome.
We got timed out because it had been a while. Good afternoon, Chairman Gibson, members Katsaros and Watkins, Madam Secretary, and staff of the board. I'm Dan Reeser with the law firm of Fenimore, and I'm appearing on the applications of Winners Hotel and Casino and Mr. Brian Stone. It's my pleasure to introduce the company's president, Robert A. Cashel, who is to my far left, and Mr. Stone, the general manager for the company's Winnemucca operations, who is to my near left, and also with us is Louis Cashel, who is monitoring the proceedings. We thank Chief Labadie and his staff with our special appreciation for the professionalism and assistance of Supervisor Matt Doyle and Agent Caitlin Osborne in processing the application. And with your leave, Chairman, we have a brief affirmative presentation.
Welcome all, and please go ahead, Mr. Reeser.
So before the board are two fairly routine applications, and they both arise related to the company's acquisition from McClaskey Gaming LLC of the Winnemucca Inn located at 741 West Winnemucca Boulevard in Winnemucca, Nevada. The board and the commission approved this acquisition and the licensing in December of this year, or excuse me, December of last year. The first application is requesting pursuant to Regulation 4080, a 6-month waiver from June 14th, 2021 to November 18th, 2021 of the 6-month rule for non-restricted gaming license activation. In a nutshell, this waiver is requested to allow McClaskey Gaming to cure a title defect that was identified by Western Title Company on December 29, 8 days prior to the intended closing of the transaction and changeover. That is being handled through a quiet title action being handled by McDonald Carano, and we expect that the process of quieting the title, getting a judicial determination, the title is in McClaskey Gaming, a new title report, and a closing, that all should occur sometime around June 14, which is also the date that the 6-month rule totals. So there's no essential cushion for any delay by the court, the title company, or for the closing. So in the abundance of caution, we filed this application on February 8th to make sure that the existing license would be in place to be activated. Be happy to answer any questions on the 4080 application before we turn to Mr. Stone, if that pleases the chair.
I have no questions with regard to the 4.080 waiver. Any questions from you, Member Katsaros, or you, Member Watkins? No? Okay. Please, Mr. Richard, go ahead.
Thank you. The second application is for Mr. Stone's key employee license at the Winnemucca Inn. As the board is aware, this location is in close proximity to Winners Inn Casino, Pete's Gambling Hall, and the Sundance Casino, which are all owned and operated by the company. Mr. Stone is already the licensed key employee and general manager for those other 3 properties, having been first licensed by the commission for that position in 2015. This will add to Mr. Stone's general manager obligations, the immediately adjacent property, the Winnemucca Inn. Mr. Stone is a direct report to Mr. Shirley, the company's COO. He has 5 direct reports to himself. He has hiring and firing authority for property employees, and his direct reports decisions on hire and fire for department heads are done in consultation with Mr. Cashel and Mr. Shirley. He has complimentary and charitable contribution authority to $5,000 per transaction. There is no credit play at this location. Mr. Stone has over 25 years of experience in the gaming industry. He was appointed to this position for the first property in May of 2014. He was the assistant general manager for Winners beginning in December of 2012. And he came from a similar position at the Alamo Travel Center, a sister property at that time. In 2003, he joined the Cashel organization, having spent the previous years prior to October of 2003 in various positions in the industry, primarily in the slot departments at the Peppermill and Duke's, Rail City, and Harris. We'd be happy to answer any questions you might have of Mr. Stone, who is also a veteran of the United States Army.
Thank you for that presentation, Mr. Reeser. Welcome, Mr. Stone, Mr. Cashel, and team. Mr. Stone, welcome.
Thank you, Chairman.
Thank you for your service in the military. Appreciate that. Tell us about yourself a little bit, if you would.
Well, I started in the business before 21 at Ormsby House Casino as a dishwasher and busboy back in the 80s. worked up. My first casino position was at the Cal Neva as a key person, change person, slot tech. Did a couple a little bit of time at El Dorado, Atlantis Casino. I did about 6 years there as I rose to the position of assistant director of slots. Went out into the other jurisdictions, Oklahoma and California for a brief time, came back, took a position at the Alamo Casino in 2003 as the slot manager, and pretty much what's in the statement. So.
Well, you've been here before. I mean, you were in front of us in 2017 before I was here, of course, as key employee or for a key employee application. So I have no additional questions. I'll turn it over to my colleagues for questions. Member Watkins, Member Katsaros.
Hello, Mr. Stone.
Hello, sir.
Yeah, I similarly did not have any other questions. You've been licensed in 2017. Since that time, the investigation didn't uncover any areas of concern for us. So I'm happy to support your application. I think as was put on the record, I would just like to clarify. So we're just adding one additional property. That additional property is in Winnemucca. All the other three are also within Winnemucca as well?
Yes, Member Katsaros, all 4 properties are in Winnemucca, within walking distance, basically. And the new property is immediately adjacent to the Winners. So it's like walk across a street.
I know exactly where the Winners is at. Well, thank you. I didn't have any other questions.
Okay. Member Watkins.
Nice to meet you. Given your previous licensing history and that there were no areas of concerns, I don't have any questions.
Okay. With that, I would ask for motions.
Certainly, and I'll just call out, Mr. Reeser, there's the standard condition that would apply here. You're familiar with that?
Standard condition on which of the applications, member?
For the 4080.
Yes.
Understood. With that, Chair Gibson, I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 11, as read into the record by Secretary Bell, condition that the waiver of the provisions of Nevada Gaming Commission Regulation 4080 in connection with the approval granted in December 2020 shall expire on the date of the regularly scheduled commission meeting in November of 2021.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Did that not come through? I'll say it again. Aye.
thank you. Chair Gibson,
Aye. Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck to you. Okay, let's move on to our next item.
next item is non-restricted number 12, which is the application of Golden Entertainment, Inc. for an amendment to their order of registration. You also have the application of Sartini Gaming LLC doing business at Love's Travel Stop number 797 for a non-restricted gaming license.
Okay, let's let them queue in. Mr. Wadhams, welcome. Mr. Alonso, it's good to see you, always.
Good to see you, Mr. Chairman. And I'm looking for Miss Gillen. There she is. I'll get us started, I guess, Mr. Chairman.
Please, please do.
There we go.
Welcome, Ms. Gillen.
Sorry about that. I was the last in. You don't get 2 Winnemuccas every once in a while in a row. So this is Winnemucca as well for Love's. I will start by saying we were made aware several days ago of a discussion at the board in regards to the model we were using in this agreement. We made a good faith effort to find a model that worked for revenue, and haven't had an opportunity to have discussion yet with this location. So the board staff proposed a condition which we are willing to accept to go back and work on the revenue model. And we agree to that. We appreciate Agent Moyle and Agent Lambert working with us on this. And we plan to get that resolved ASAP.
Okay, wonderful. I will turn it over to my colleagues for any questions.
I do have a couple of questions. Ms. Gillen, Mr. Alonso, good to see you both as always.
Good to see you.
Ms. Gillen, with regard to that last point and the agreement terms that we have for this particular location, so you mentioned there was a recommended condition. So that's good that you're in agreement with that. I think that's appropriate in this case. My question though is, do we have a similar type of commercial arrangement out there with Golden, with any other partners that you're aware of?
I honestly can't answer that right off the top of my head. I have to go back. It was just too quick.
You only have 500 properties.
No, about 800. So
Oh, sorry, I was lowballing you.
yeah, it was lowballing. About 750 to 800. We're going to look at that. And it was the first time it has come to my attention. So I need to go back and actually take a look.
Okay, yeah, I'd appreciate if you would do that and then report back on it, because it just does raise the question. So
yeah, it has never come up before since I've been here. So it was a surprise to me, but I have to go back and take a look.
And I look at all these agreements, or at least for the last couple of years, I've not seen the similar construct. So at least that I can recall, we review a lot of materials for these board meetings, but I've not seen a similar construct in this regard. So, but I would appreciate if you went back and look at those records.
Absolutely. Sure. And well, what we'll do is we'll revise this one and then obviously always move forward with it.
Okay, and then as far as the location itself, we're back-to-back Winnemucca items here. I'm sure you listened to the last one. I don't know that we get that often.
No.
We have it today. But this is a brand new stop that just opened this year?
Danny, I believe that's correct.
Yes, that's correct. Danny Waters for the record. The store opened, I believe, in late January, early February. It was a ground-up build.
That was my next question. Okay, so if it was a ground up build, as I come into Winnemucca from Reno, is it on the far end of Winnemucca or on the close end of Winnemucca?
It's on the close end. It's right there off the 80. So you pass the Pilot Travel, and then it's the next truck stop right before you go into the town.
So you're actually in, okay. And yeah. I didn't know if it was in advance of the Pilot. I wasn't going to mention your competitors, but okay. And with that, I didn't have any other questions or concerns.
Thank you.
Member Watkins.
Beyond what Member Katsaros has asked, I don't have any further questions.
Thank you. Well, we appreciate Agent Lambert's work on this as well, and Agent Doyle. So thank you.
And Mr. Chairman, for the record, Mike Alonso, I think we're working off of the draft number 1 of the 9th revised order of registration.
Right.
So just for the record, the company believes that draft is in order. And I did want to just take a moment and congratulate and welcome Member Watkins to the board. And we all look forward to working with you.
Yes, we second that as well. You'll see us a good bit.
Thank you very much, Mr. Alonso and Ms. Gillen.
They tend to do a good job. So they're always a welcome addition. Okay, with that, I would ask for a motion then, or motions.
And we have forgive me if I failed to mention it or if it wasn't mentioned, we have the series of traditional conditions as well, in addition to the one that you mentioned, Ms. Gillen. Okay.
Yes, absolutely.
I move to recommend approval of non-restricted item number 12 as read into the record by Secretary Bell, pursuant to draft number 1 of the company's 9th revised order of registration, and condition that the surveillance system and/or mirrors must be inspected and approved by the Nevada Gaming Control Board Enforcement Division within 60 days of issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be maintained at or above the standard that is approved. A key employee application must be filed within 60 days after the issuance of the state gaming license, and thereafter be refiled within 60 days of any change and the person occupying that position. The location is limited to the operation of slot machines. A full-time attendant, age 21 or older, must be on duty at all times. The machines are available to the public for play. And lastly, the license shall not be issued until the space lease agreement between Sartini Gaming LLC and Loves of Nevada LLC, DBA Loves Travel Stop, is amended to be in compliance with NRS 463162.
Okay, thank you very much. Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins,
Aye.
Member Katsaros,
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye.
Thank
Thank
you
you
all very
all.
much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Now for sort of an odd item, let's go to our next one.
Next
Restricted
item
one.
is restricted number 1, which is the determination to call from the Ashes LLC doing business as Sliding Clyde's Tavern, William Allen Scott and Sadie Catherine Swam forward for findings of suitability as landlords.
Okay. Do we have appearances today? Looks like someone has called in.
Hello, yeah. This is Roger Fuller with Dynasty Games. I've
Okay,
been on
welcome.
I've been on the Zoom for 4.5 hours, and 15 minutes ago, it knocked it. Said the connection failed or something.
Well, this is fine. Thank you for
So
calling in.
That's why I'm calling it in, and I just got on it like 3 minutes ago, so I was getting nervous.
Well, thank you. So I'd ask Senior Deputy Attorney General John McKellar to outline the record here, if you would.
Thank you, Chair Gibson. The board served an order to show cause on Sliding Clyde's Tavern on July 31st, 2020 concerning the apparent violations that Sliding Clyde's Tavern's bar top was open, there was not any social distancing, and employees and patrons were not wearing face coverings, an apparent violation of governor directives and board health and safety policies. The board supplemented this order to show cause upon discovery of Sliding Clyde's Tavern was serving food without appropriate approvals, apparently to try and get around the closure directives. The board deemed Sliding Clyde's Tavern's response to the OSC adequate on September 29th, 2020, specifically cautioning Sliding Clyde's to make sure it was aware of laws impacting its business and to not attempt to creatively skirt the law. On January 21st, 2021, an anonymous caller reported Sliding Clyde's was allowing billiards after 7 p.m. in order to avoid detection by the board. Upon investigation on January 23rd, 2021, the board observed patrons and the bartender without masks, patrons playing billiards, and a patron singing karaoke, an apparent violation of COVID laws in place at the time. On February 17th, 2021, the board personally served a letter on Sliding Clyde's requesting Sliding Clyde's to file an application for finding of suitability as a landlord by March 24th, 2021, or be considered for a formal call forward today. Sliding Clyde's did not voluntarily file an application, and thus this item is before you today to recommend calling Sliding Clyde's forward to the commission and requiring them to file applications for findings of suitability as landlords.
Thank you for that, Mr. McKellar. So let me ask you, Mr. Fuller, do you have any comments on this?
Well, we sent a letter to the board on August 17th and addressed the 3 or 4, the last one being on 7/28. And that's the last correspondence that I had from gaming or to gaming. And this about them getting to be called forward for suitability is first I've heard of it. I mean, it's probably, I wasn't in the loop, but they never told me that they got this to be called forward for suitability. This is the first I've heard of it.
Okay.
Bad communication from them to me.
Right. Let me ask our, well, enforcement's not on the line, but have we had any communication at all from the landlord?
I've spoken to them on several occasions. I took down, I don't know if you have this letter in front of you or in your file, but basically I addressed every issue that they had. And after I told the owners, I'll read just a little bit of it. They're jeopardizing their business and Dynasty Games gaming license when in a detailed discussion that a gaming license privilege license, we don't explain their customers could cause them to lose their business license and Dynasty to lose our gaming license. So I've tried to show them all the requirements, and it's one of those things I can show them everything. It's just, how do you make them do it?
Right.
That's kind of the issue I've been having. And I don't even know if they're even on the call today. I've left 4 messages in the last 5 days with no return call.
Yeah. So essentially, they've been non-responsive to us.
No, I mean, right, correct.
Okay. All right. This is an unusual move, but we've gone the long road here, have we not, Mr. McKellar? There were other routes we could have taken, more direct to this.
They could have voluntarily filed. Is that what you're talking about, Mr. Chair? In order to compel them to file, this is the road that we had to take. We could have moved it forward more expediently if we didn't give them the chance to voluntarily file, but since they did not, this would probably be the quickest way.
Okay. All right. Well, with that,
would it be possible? Would it be possible if I got the forms and hand carried them down there and make sure that they got it and see what they say, get a commitment, either they're going to do it or they're not going to do it? Would that kind of help out?
It might help out. The problem is that we have called them forward. They've been non-responsive to us.
I know.
And so candidly, I think we're at the end of the road with them. So I think our move now is to call them forward.
And what would that entail? The reason I'm asking is this is, I'm a small route operator.
Right.
And this happens to be a very good location for me. So I'm trying to salvage it the best I can, if at all possible.
Right. Well, I mean, unfortunately, you're dependent upon you're at the mercy of the landlord here, the owner.
Yes. Yep.
And I appreciate you showing up, but they've been non-responsive. And so, I mean, I'd ask my colleagues, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, if you don't mind, I'd like to jump in here. Good afternoon, Mr. Fuller.
Good afternoon.
For your benefit, I think you had you just queried whether or not they are on the line. We can confirm they are not on the line. The fact that you haven't heard from them is par for the course.
Yes.
You reaching out to them, we're beyond that now. This hearing here is whether or not we would formally recommend that they be called forward. I'm not sure if there's an intermediary step, perhaps, though, and whether or not it would be appropriate, given their lack of response, given the fact that they've essentially had willful sort of disregard for the COVID measures, even though they've had numerous occasions, numerous instances where we've inserted ourselves, we've done the inspection, we've talked to the owners, and we try to work with all of the licensees in this state, some 2,500 of them. It's a very difficult task with a staff of 400, not all of which are deployed to do inspections out there. And I do want to preface all of this, sir, that this is no reflection, anything that I've seen so far upon yourself nor Dynasty Games, okay? The situation we have here is because we have a construct in Nevada where you're the licensee and we allow you to do business with a landlord who's not been fully vetted. It's come to the point now where they need to be fully vetted, or at least in my estimation, they need to be, and let the investigation take its course if we're going to take that path. But I do want to maybe suggest now the fact that they've not even taken an attempt to communicate with us. There is a provision within our regulations that allow for an emergency shutdown. I don't know that this rises to that level. I wanted to throw that out there just for a discussion because perhaps we weren't at that point before, but given their complete lack of disregard for this board, the authority that this board and the commission have in regulating gaming in this state, have we perhaps reached that level? And I guess I throw that out to you, Senior Dag McKellar.
Thank you, Member Katsaros. I don't have the statute in front of me as we speak, but if memory serves, it requires a threat to the public health and safety, et cetera. And just given an imminent one, and just given the fact that Slide and Clyde's has been open and operating this entire time, I don't think this would rise to that. However, I can look into it further for you after this meeting if you would like.
Well, and I don't want to complicate this. I want to send a very strong message. This is, I believe, the second time we've had to go the path of trying to of calling somebody forward. This is the second attempt, but I would say this is the most egregious one, even out of those two. And again, we're talking about 2,500 different locations, give or take, and we're at a point with this landlord who's just completely disregarding the laws we have on the books in this state. The mention of public safety, if that's what the statute reflects, it does start to cross over into what this state and the entire world has had to undergo, which is this pandemic, which is a public and health safety issue. And their disregard for even requiring masks within their location as part of that. I'm incensed by the fact that they haven't even responded. And again, I'm separating you, Mr. Fuller, and Dynasty Games from anything here. I don't know that we have any reason to believe at this point in my investigative materials that you were negligent here. So that's just my personal view.
I appreciate that.
Well, Stagecoach is in, which county is Stagecoach in?
I think that's either Lyon or Churchill.
I believe it was Lyon as well.
I think it's Lyon, yeah.
And Mr. McKellar, if you recall, there was an issue there with the fact that they were serving food and didn't have a permit to do so, and just trying to stimulate a dialogue here. If you guys recall, that they then had to go to Lyon County in order to obtain that. I don't know if that's true.
That's right. And I think they did that the next day or within 2 days after that.
Well, let's just get this done and
Okay.
let's call them forward. Let's call them forward.
Okay. And
I asked for a motion.
I'm fine with that. I just didn't know if there was another path here. So, okay. Did you say you're ready for a motion?
Yeah, I am.
Okay. Chair Gibson, I move to recommend the named parties and restricted item number 1 as read into the record by Secretary Bell be called forward for findings of suitability as landlords.
Okay, Madam Secretary.
Member Watkins. Member Katsaros.
Aye.
Chair Gibson.
Aye. Thank you very much. And thank you,
No.
Mr. Fuller, for appearing.
Yeah. Now, how does that affect us between now and then? From Dynasty standpoint.
Senior Dag McKellar?
Right now, no action has been taken to compel the change of that relationship.
Okay.
If the commission were to call them forward, they would then have to file an application. And if that application were denied, there are statutes and regulations concerning prohibitions on doing business with the denied applicant. So that's when that would be implicated.
Okay. So I mean, I think it was asked, the question was asked, if the games were still on, and I answered yes, because I haven't had anything, whether a requirement, suggestion, or recommendation to shut the machines off. And I've always complied, and in the past, if they even suggested that you probably should, I've done that, but no one's ever communicated that to me. That's why the games are still on.
Mm-hmm.
Well, it does bear in consideration the actions of your landlord.
Yeah. I mean, at this point, there is no action. And so, I mean, legally, we can't, I don't
Okay.
believe we can tell you to shut the games off.
Okay. All right.
But just be aware that this is heading down a road where
I know. I
they
understand.
probably won't be doing business with you for much longer. So,
Right. I understand. So
Okay.
now that'll be somebody formally handing them that, because if they don't answer their phone or their emails, how does that work?
what is the service process, Ms. McKell?
Call them forward. Okay.
Well, I don't know that there's a formal service process. I think we are allowed to serve by mail. But
Okay.
I think in this instance, I would recommend personal service at the business, at least to someone who is over the age of 18 on the premises.
Okay.
Excuse me, sorry,
Well, I will,
Mr. McHale, this has to go to the commission first, right? And then if the commission recommends, then we would start the process of where they have to file.
Yes, that's correct, Mr. Lobby.
well, I will
Okay.
try to get in touch with them somehow in person or whatever and say what you got in March, you might as well get ready to start filling it out.
Yeah, that would be helpful. Thank you, Mr. Fuller.
All right. Thank you, guys.
All right, take care.
All right.
All right. And that brings us to there's no public comment period for this meeting.
That is
Or is
correct. Will be tomorrow.
Okay. All right. Well, everyone, thank you very much for your work, and I look forward to seeing you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Take care.
Thank you.
Tina, you have your link for tomorrow?